Half Bad. Beyond the Realm series. By Mia Hall. Chapter 1. Our lives were on the brink of a brand new chapter. So what does it say about Kayley and me that we were crouched over our phones, flipping through social media? Did you see that dress Tori Minter's wearing? And what is Davis doing to Mac in this picture? Well, he just posted the word cornhole. So maybe he and Mac are finally admitting their feelings and going public? Kayley laughed. All through high school, Davis and Mac had acted insufferably homophobic. But they were also constantly posting pictures of themselves shirtless or with beer bottles held at crotch level, or sometimes both. They never lost a chance to wrestle one another to the ground. It didn't take a genius to see what they were trying to hide. Kayley had scrolled to a new post. Her curly blonde head looked like a dandelion bent over her phone screen. Alexis Cartwright got her makeup professionally done for her party tonight, and she officially looks like a mutant. She held up her phone. I squinted. She looks like her mother. Oh my God. She really does. Kayley and I were on the roof of my aunt and uncle's house, our backs against a dormer, our butts on asphalt tile. The sun was setting over the mountains. Stars were popping out of the sky. It was going to be a beautiful night. Still, we bent over and scrolled. Earlier that day, we had endured 2 hours in the stifling sun, sweating in polyester gowns and hideous cardboard hats, putting ourselves through the sacred rite of passage known as high school graduation. It had been depressingly typical. The valedictorian had bragged not bragged. The guest speaker had too. The red-headed kid next to me had gotten a sunburn. The guy behind me chanted over and over that he was on mushrooms. And then finally, I was walking across a portable platform, my gown sticking to my sweating legs, taking a diploma from Mr. Soker, the school's principal, and smiling for a photographer. Afterward, I threw my stupid hat in the air. Then it was over. I was out. I was done. I'd been waiting 4 whole years for this. So why did I still feel so restless and lonely, even with my best friend by my side? Shouldn't I be jubilant? Tori just texted and asked if we're coming to her party tonight. Kayley looked up. I assume you haven't changed your mind? I refuse to celebrate graduation by going to a class party. I'm out of high school. I don't want to look back. I could practically recite everything that would happen that night, anyway. It had all happened a million times before. Tori Minter would have a wardrobe malfunction followed by, guys. Why didn't you tell me everyone could see my new thong, nipples vag? Davis and Mac would start wrestling or throw each other into a pool. Dude, you touch my dick. Was that your dick? I thought it was a marshmallow. And Alexis Cartwright would eat a bunch of snacks, quietly throw them up, and then ruin her professional makeup job by weeping drunkenly in a corner. I'm so ugly, Carina. I should get my nose done, huh? Kayley and I had vowed to stay away from it all. Forever. But was obsessively scrolling social media really getting or staying away? I put my phone down. Let's do something, I said to the setting sun. It was boiling into the horizon behind a bank of golden clouds. Does this mean you've changed your mind and we're going to a party? No. Then what? I don't know. Something different. I looked down at my neighborhood, at the comfortable tract homes with their postcard lawns and white picket fences. Lights in windows shone with the cold flash of television screens or the warm, steady glow of lamps. Cars on the nearby freeway swooshed and hissed. It was all so familiar, all so beloved, and all so very unbearable. Right. Kayley pocketed her phone and stood. Let's figure something out. And that's how destiny works, by the way. 1 minute you're on your roof watching the sunset, and the next you're running from dragons. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Downstairs, Uncle Leo got into the spirit of things by unrolling an actual paper map of Kentucky on the dining room table. He insisted, after he heard we wanted an adventure. A good old-fashioned road trip is what you girls need, with an element of the unexpected, he said. Kayley and I exchanged a glance. Can an adventure be old-fashioned? I asked. You do know we've got maps in our phones, right, Mr. Mason? Kayley followed up. Yup. Uncle Leo smoothed the paper with one hand and reached for a pencil with the other. But your cyber maps can't do what this one can. Get torn? Burn in the campfire? Fly out the window. Ha ha. Watch and learn. Uncle Leo held up the pencil. Carina, will you do the honors? I took the pencil from his hand and frowned. What am I doing? Uncle Leo tapped the map. He was a huge man, bear-like, with a big beard. You're gonna close your eyes. I'm gonna swirl this map. And then you're gonna slap the tip of that pencil on it. And wherever that it lands, that's where you and Kayley are going. Seriously? Just let it be random? Kayley beamed. Like fate? That's right. That's truly what makes it an adventure. You don't know what's gonna happen next. Uncle Leo grinned. But what if we wind up nowhere? I asked. Nowhere can still be an adventure. Uncle Leo's bushy eyebrow quirked. What if we wind up in another boring suburb? We'll get dessert at the nearest Applebee's and laugh about it, Kayley said. Come on, Carina. I love this idea. It's stupid and cool. What's stupid and cool? Aunt Amy wandered in from her pottery studio, jeans spattered with clay. She was a soft, dove-like woman, dusky and tiny next to Uncle Leo's brawn. He put his arm around her. In honor of their graduation, Carina and Kayley want a little adventure, and I'm teaching them my pencil trick. Aunt Amy stared at the map and gave him a troubled look. Is that such a good idea? He squeezed her. The girls are 18 and have to venture out sometime, honey. She shook her head. He beamed back at her. They were having a whole silent conversation, apart from this one. It had been that way since I was a kid. Aunt Amy had adopted me when I was a baby after my mother died. She was overprotective. Uncle Leo had come into our family a few years later when he married my aunt. He was always urging me out into the world to take chances and make mistakes. Sometimes I heard them both in my head, the one pushing me forward and the other holding me back. Kayley nudged my arm. If you don't close your eyes, I'm taking that pencil and picking the place myself. Maybe Carina should stay home. Aunt Amy's voice still sounded worried. Uncle Leo said, Now. It'll be all right. Just close your eyes, Carina. I clutched the pencil tight. Well, I sure hope we don't wind up going to Paducah. The joke was weak and so was my voice. I snapped my eyelids shut and brought the pencil tip down. A few minutes later, Kayley and I were scrounging in the kitchen. Aunt Amy had already unearthed a cooler and was helping us pack it with hot dogs, ice, and drinks. She had folded her lips inward over her teeth as her strong potter's hands took a package of marshmallows from a cupboard. She clearly wasn't happy. Well, it's not Paducah, Kayley said. And it's not some awful party either. Having spent half of her life at my house, Kayley had no trouble navigating the kitchen. She opened a drawer and extracted an iron pot for cooking over a fire. But I mean camping? My pencil tip had landed on Cumberland Falls, otherwise known as Kentucky's Little Niagara. It's going to be dark. It's going to be cold. It's going to be awesome. Aunt Amy shuddered. There might be bears. Or moonshiners. There might be hot forest rangers too, Kayley countered. We could wait until morning, though. We don't have to spend the night. Aunt Amy looked up, almost hopeful. But you shouldn't wait, Uncle Leo chimed in. He had entered the kitchen toting rolled sleeping bags. If you leave tonight, you might even catch the moonbow. The what? A lunar rainbow. He waggled his graying eyebrows. Very rare. Didn't you know? The full moon can make a silvery rainbow. Kayley's eyes got big as he continued. And Cumberland's is one of the few places in the world where you can see one if it's a clear night. Which it is, by the way. Full moon too. Perfect conditions. He jerked his big thumb at the window. Aw man. This is epic. Kayley practically pranced. We're heading into the wilderness and searching for a legendary moonbow. It's like we're hunting for a unicorn. Come on, Carina. Let's get our phone chargers and go. Kayley was chomping at the bit. Uncle Leo was grinning at the prospect of our adventure. Aunt Amy was looking at the linoleum floor and shaking her head, still disapproving. I felt uneasy. What was she worried about? Still I said yeah. Let's go, with as much enthusiasm as I could muster. The drive was only 2.5 hours. That's great. If the trip is a complete dud, we can still turn around and be home a little after midnight, Kayley said. She added, but it won't be a dud. We were taking her car, a bottle green Toyota she had dubbed Pickle. It had a steady engine and a full tank of gas, even if it was ugly as sin. Everyone else in our class is going to wake up with a hangover, but we're gonna have pictures of a magical moonbow. Kayley's excitement was contagious. Don't know that they photograph, Uncle Leo said. He had loaded Pickle's trunk with the sleeping bags and a tent. He shut it with a flourish. But I hear they're a sight to see. You'll have to tell us all about it. Kayley and I slid in the car as Aunt Amy skittered up the front walk. I could barely see her face in the dark, but I could tell she was still worried about something. You okay, Aunt Amy? I'm fine. Her voice was small. You girls be careful though. And if anything goes amiss, you call us or head on home. You hear? Don't worry. We will. She nodded, lips folded. Kayley started the engine and began backing out of the driveway. She slid by my uncle's big rig, a cherry red monstrosity he drove long haul for a trucking company. It loomed over us, blocking out the full moon. Call us when you get there, Aunt Amy called. Will do. Kayley gunned the engine and we were gone. Chapter 2. In the movies, when girls go on road trips, they always sing along with some song on the radio. Not us. Kayley wouldn't have it. She was a very careful driver. On the ground she was exuberant, energetic. Behind the wheel she was all business. She said she liked to listen to the car engine and keep her attention on the road. Her hands were always firmly at 9 and 3, her eyes straight ahead. Kayley's dad had been an Air Force pilot, and she always treated Pickle like it was the cockpit of an F-15 Strike Eagle. You going to tell me why you're acting so glum? She asked after we glided out of town. I had kicked off my shoes and put my stocking feet on the dashboard. Uncle Leo always told me I was like a pretzel, bending into shapes instead of just sitting or standing. But the truth was, I rarely felt comfortable in my own skin, so I always bent and twisted to find a shape that worked for me. I've been having weird dreams again, Kayley. That's nothing new. You've had weird dreams all your life. It was true. I was one of those people who had lots of vivid dreams at night. Some wonderful, like flying through the air, some very scary, like walking in a cave and finding a monster. Last night, I was with this guy. Ooh la la. Kayley laughed. Was he cute? No. He was really weird and scary. His eyes were all black. No white or color anywhere. And he had these tattoos all over his face, like tribal markings. And? I shook my head. That was it. But when I woke up, I was sure he was still in my room. It was like I could still smell him. At the time I had turned on the light, scanned the space, sniffed the air like a bloodhound, almost tasting sweat and spices. Eventually, I had even thrown open my closet door to make sure he wasn't hiding in there. He hadn't been, of course. It was just a dream. Kayley patted my leg. You're more nervous about college than you think. That's all. When I opened my mouth to protest, she added. You dreamt about some alien visitor. Right? So you're just a little stressed, is all. Luckily, a moonbow is a perfect remedy. I hardly think that could be true. Wait and see. I leaned my head back on the seat. I didn't think I was stressed about college. I was thrilled. For one thing, it wouldn't be like high school. I would finally be someplace where it was okay to be smart, okay to be curious. I could explore all the topics I was interested in, without anyone making fun of me. I'd study languages and politics, and herpetology for sure. Kayley and I would be roommates. And I'd definitely join the chess club. I must have drifted off because the next thing I knew, Pickle's tires were crunching over a dirt road, and I was bouncing in my seat. "Hey, sleepyhead." Kayley sounded amused. "We're here?" "Well, we're parking anyway." She switched off the ignition. Silence engulfed us. Ahead, the full moon looked like it was snared in black branches. "Are we at the falls?" I was still blinking away sleep. "Not quite. Park's closed." Kayley pointed through the windshield at a chain across a dirt road and a sign. "No entry, sunset to sunrise." "So, how do people see the moonbow?" Kayley was turning to grope for a flashlight and a water bottle in the back seat. "My guess is they have sanctioned moonlight tours or something. To reduce the risk of injury or accident." "Makes sense." She opened her door, and her blonde curls shone as Pickle's interior light blinked on. "So, are we booking a tour?" "No way." "Are we going home?" "No. We're sneaking in, silly." She grabbed a fleece jacket and shut her door. Of course, I tried to argue her out of it, but I didn't get anywhere. In Kayley's mind, some rules were just meant to be broken. Sneaking past a "do not enter" sign always topped the list. She was also always the first girl to jump in when there was no swimming, and the first to laugh loudly when it was "silence, please." It got us into trouble most times, but Kayley always said the adventure was worth it. Mostly she was right. "What if we get caught?" I asked. By then we had jumped the chain, and were walking down the dark dirt trail, our footsteps silent except for an occasional skittering stone. Kayley's flashlight lit up the path ahead, but all around was darkness. I couldn't help thinking about bears and bobcats, or even serial killers, lurking in the trees. I thought of the man in my dream with the tattooed face, and shivered. If we get caught, we can say we're lost. We'll say we went in the woods to pee and got turned around. "Easy peasy," Kayley was saying. "We got lost following a dirt trail?" "Seriously?" Kayley scoffed. "We just found this path, Carina. After wandering in the woods for hours too. And we're so relieved. Right?" She shook her head. "Man, you can't lie for anything." "And that's bad?" "It is if you're breaking the rules." She was way too cheerful about this. "Otherwise, it's a very desirable trait." She nudged me with her elbow. "I always know I can trust you." I felt warm inside. "I can trust you too." And I could. Kayley always had my back. We had been best friends since first grade and seen each other through every rite of passage, from bullies to first bras to one horrific blackout drunk experience. Never again, I had sat through Kayley's orchestra recitals, where she played a brilliant viola. She encouraged me through my swim meets and cheered me on all the way to a karate black belt and prizes in archery. We had shared clothes and orders of French fries and texts about boys, everything from "he had pretzel crumbs in his mouth when he kissed me," to our latest big question, "do we lose our virginity before college?" Kayley's boyfriend Matt was due back soon from basic training, and she was seriously considering it. I had no boyfriend, but that didn't mean I wasn't wondering about it. Now Kayley giggled. "I may bend the rules sometimes, but I'm loyal as the day is long. Can take that to the bank. You're the best currency there is." We kept walking. Soon we heard water gurgling. Then we were standing by a silvery river. It looked cold and deep. "My guess is we followed this up to the falls." Kayley gestured with her flashlight. "And what if one of us slips and breaks a leg? Or drowns?" "You won't drown. You're an excellent swimmer. Come on." With perfect confidence, Kayley began picking her way by the river. I thought about slippery stones and stealthy serial killers, but I followed. To be fair, the hike was beautiful. Moonlight made the trees look like they were blooming with white flowers. The river glowed like a giant road of silver light. I lifted my chin to feel a fresh breeze and saw an owl gliding above, its big wings silent and spread wide. It swooped and spiraled. I sidled up to Kayley. Okay, I admit it. This is awesome. Right? Even if we don't see a moonbow, this is the coolest graduation party ever. Totally. And we're gonna see it. Just wait. We began climbing a hill, the river widening to one side below us. Inside my fleece, I was starting to sweat. I paused to shrug out of my top layer and wrap the sleeves around my waist. I heard a hoot from behind. An owl, of course. But when I glanced at the sky again, I saw it still circling above us. I felt myself frown. Did that hoot come from another owl? Was it part of a pair with a nest, maybe? The bird above me turned. I felt my neck tighten. All of a sudden, its shape against the moon looked all wrong. Since when did an owl have a long, thin tail? Since when did an owl have scalloped wings? Carina. Kayley called ahead. You coming? There's something weird flying overhead. Look. I pointed upward, but as soon as I spoke, the creature zoomed off, almost as though it heard me. Carina, Kayley repeated. Come on. It looked like it had a tail, Kayley. It was really weird. Well, guess what? I've got something even weirder. I hurried forward, heartbeat speeding, skin prickling. Kayley stood stock still in the middle of the path, her flashlight dim next to the powerful light of the moon. What is it? Just listen. At first, I could only hear the water below us, tumbling and chortling. But soon beyond those sounds was a distant roar. The falls, right? Kayley held up a hand. Yeah, but keep listening. What am I listening for? Kayley just shook her head, asking for silence. River. Roar. And then underneath that. Music? I whispered. It was very faint, a low, throbbing hum like a cello, and then what sounded like a shivery tinkle of bells. Are we hearing things? Don't think so. Because you can hear it too, right? We both listened a little longer. The sound was sweet but a little chilling. Familiar too. I felt a wave of déjà vu sweep over me. I had stood here and heard this music before. Dark trees had waved overhead. Crickets throbbed in the grass. Someone's arms had been around me, hard and strong. Someone's chest was pressed to mine. And someone's lips were descending, dipping in for a kiss. Come on. Kayley was suddenly hurrying forward. Kayley. This was all too weird. The owl with a long tail and bat wings. The music behind the water sweet and strange. Now this feeling, I'd been here before, when I'd never been to Cumberland Falls in my life. The sensation of arms around me. No one had ever held me like that, and yet. Suddenly Kayley was flat out running, and suddenly so was I. The music pulled us along, begging us to hurry. I raced up the hill. Kayley's soles flashed ahead. We flew down a slope, heedless of pebbles skittering under our sneakers, roots and holes trying to trip us up. The roar of the falls grew louder. The music sang and shivered underneath. There was a break in the trees up ahead. Kayley burst through first. I followed a second later. We both gasped in wonder and awe. Ahead, the falls tumbled down a cliff, a white foaming glimmer. I could smell wet stones, fresh and clean. Mist bathed my cheeks and cooled my sweating forehead. But it was the moonbow that really took our breath away. It rose above the falls in a silvery arch, huge, unearthly, like a gate to another world. It shimmered, colorless and strange, a miracle formed from light and cloud. Oh my God! Oh my God! Kayley whispered over and over. She fumbled in her back pocket for her phone, so she could take a picture. I simply stood there. In the open air, the mysterious music was sweet and clear, even with the roar of the falls. I breathed deeply, dizzy from wonder. Kayley stopped snapping pictures. She walked forward again, curly head bent, eyes squinting into the dark. I hurried to catch up. Where are you going? I had to speak loudly above the sound of the falls. Kayley, we've seen the moonbow. We're good, right? We can head home? Kayley kept plowing forward. Nah. What about the music? Don't you want to know where it's coming from? I wanted to know very much. But I could hear Aunt Amy in my head too, urging me back where everything was safe and familiar. Kayley, it's probably just an oral illusion. Ears playing tricks. You know it's not. She was practically shouting, the roar of the falls was so loud. Droplets of moisture were clinging to my fleece, and my jeans were starting to feel damp. Still, the music tinkled and thrummed. Come on, she urged. Kayley's steps were sure. Her back was straight. It was clear she felt no sense of danger. But I felt a surge of emotion so strong, I had to stop and put my hand over my heart. I was aching inside. I could barely catch my breath. What in the world was happening to me? Kayley yelled something from up ahead. Hey, she seemed to say. I squinted, watching as she crouched. A second later, she disappeared. I couldn't see her at all. Kayley? Kayley? The falls were very close now, all crashing mayhem. A sheer rock cliff rose up straight ahead. Kayley? I tried to make my voice heard above the falls. To my relief, I glimpsed her flashlight bobbing in a deep well of blackness. It looked like she was inside the cliff face. With a rush of fear, I realized she hadn't yelled. Hey, she had yelled cave and now she had slipped right inside one. Was she insane? Exploring a cave in the middle of the night? I could practically hear Aunt Amy shrieking disapproval. There might be bats. There might be bears. But I could also feel Uncle Leo's steady hand on the small of my back, urging me forward. There might be jewels. There might be buried treasure. The music was very clear now, an irresistible call pulling at my heartstrings. The vast roar of the falls retreated into the background as I followed its melody. Still, I hesitated before stepping into the cave. I could feel a dark breeze lifting my hair. It ruffled my flannel shirt and tickled my shoulder blades. I tightened the sleeves of my fleece where I had wrapped it around my waist. I thought if I go in there, my whole life will change. Come on, Carina. Kayley's flashlight dipped and swung. She was waiting inside. I clenched my fists and headed in. Chapter 3. Once I entered the cave, the music stopped as swiftly as if a switch had been thrown. What are we doing in here? My voice echoed eerily. Who cares? How awesome is this, huh? Kayley danced around and waved her flashlight. The air was cooler inside the cave, chilling my sweaty skin. The roar of the waterfall had altered to a low throb. What happened to the music? I could no longer hear it. Without it, I felt cold and foolish for running at all. Who cares? The music led us here, and it's cool. How far back you think this cavern goes? Probably not far, Kayley said. The grotto amplified her voice. The park service wouldn't leave it open if you could get lost in it. I drew by her side. I can't believe there's no graffiti in here. You want graffiti? No. The walls of the cave were rough stone, uneven gray with streaks of white. I reached out and touched one. It felt cold and damp. But graffiti would tell me lots of people had been in here over the years. Right now it's so clean, so untouched. It's creepy, Kayley. Don't you think? I mean, where's the sign that says, Cumberland Falls Cave, caution by order of the Park Service? Maybe we missed it on the way in. Yeah. And maybe we should get out of here. I cupped my elbows, hugging my arms to the chest. In a second. Kayley swung her flashlight beam toward the back of the cave. Let's just see where this ends. Okay. She started walking deeper inside the cave. I thought about bats and spiders as I slipped my fleece back on my cold arms and followed. Caves are one of the things I dream about, Kayley. My voice sounded shaky. So we're in a dream come true. Nightmare more like. In my dream caves, I see a monster up ahead with big teeth and scales. I turn to run, but I can't because the lights go out. Just then, Kayley's flashlight turned off, and we were plunged into absolute darkness. Okay, not funny. Immediately, my heart was pounding. I could only see blackness. I held my hand up. Nothing. I could see nothing. Turn the light back on. I can't. I swear. Hold on. Kayley was laughing, and by the sound of it, slapping her flashlight in her palm to get it to flick on again. Just relax. Have fun. Oh sure. Super fun. I fumbled in my pocket for my phone to turn on its flashlight. My hands were shaking so hard I couldn't swipe the screen. Can we please just go as soon as? I stopped mid-fumble. I squinted. Were those phosphines glimmering in my vision? Was it foxfire on the wall of the cave? Was that even possible? Oh my God. Kayley breathed. She must have seen it too. Carina. Yeah. What is that? Ahead of us, there was an eerie glow. I could tell it wasn't foxfire or glowing lichen. It was too bright and too deliberate. It looked a lot like writing. So there's graffiti in here, and it's glow in the dark? I don't know if that's graffiti, Kayley. My throat had tightened, and all I could get out was a raw whisper. Wow. I wonder what it says. Kayley had stopped hitting her broken flashlight, and was starting to shuffle forward. Don't go without a light. But if we turn one on, we won't see what's written. If we don't turn on a light, you could fall in a hole and break a leg. Or a monster could show up. You never know. Hang on, okay? Despite shaking fingers, I managed to hit the right place on my phone screen. The LED light flashed. I almost swooned with relief. I could see Kayley's pale face and her blue hoodie. More importantly, I could see no monsters. Let's just walk in the general direction, and then I'll switch the light off again when we get closer to the writing. Okay? And after you've seen the graffiti, or whatever it is, we'll get out of here. Please, Kayley. I added, this has been awesome, but I just want to go back to the car. It's late. We're trespassing. I'm scared. And I could use some pie and coffee. Kayley patted my arm. Applebee's next, I promise. Thank you. Together we walked, shoulder to shoulder. When we stood close to the right spot, Kayley turned to me. I swear this will be so anticlimactic if it's just a glow-in-the-dark dick and balls. Or if it says, I love you, Sally. Right? Ready? Ready? I switched off the light. Then Kayley and I both made noises like, ooh. Because it wasn't graffiti we were looking at. It was something else entirely. And it was beautiful. My high school world history class had a pretty in-depth unit on Islamic culture. One of the things I remembered best was the gorgeous temple decorations. The Islamic culture did not involve painting pictures of people or putting up statues of saints like in our churches. Instead, they made these intricate designs everywhere on the walls. Some of them geometric, others incorporating flowers and vines, always with these pointed arches that draw the eye up. That's what this glowing, painting, relief, whatever you call it, looked like to me. It was shaped like an arched doorway. It was intricately decorated with tiny designs, all in glowing green and yellow hues. Lines twined. Stars and dots and triangles formed interlocking ovals. The closer I looked, the more details I saw. It was mesmerizing. This isn't spray paint, huh? Kayley whispered. No way, I whispered back. I was too awed to say or do anything else. What is it? Don't know. Looks like it's from some ancient culture, though. I kept finding new details to admire. It was so pretty, I almost forgot to be scared. Like the Native Americans? Maybe. Did we freaking discover this, Carina? Kayley squeaked. Maybe. I mean, if other people knew about this, there would be tours, right? Yeah. And articles in Smithsonian Magazine. Like Secrets of the Ancient Kentucky Cave Paintings. Kayley giggled. Or maybe like, Forget the moonbow at Cumberland, come look at our cave design. I wonder what kind of paint they used. Kayley's hand was silhouetted against the design. It looks so old. How can we still see it? Kayley? Do you suppose it's And before I could stop her, she reached out and touched the wall. The next part was hard to fathom. In its own way, it was no weirder than anything else that had happened that night. But it was certainly the most disorienting. Because up until then, there was a logical explanation for everything that had happened. The moonbow? That was a documented natural phenomenon, moonlight on mist. Eerie magnetic music. It could be some weird aural distortion, brought on by a waterfall hitting rocks in just the right way, so it sounded melodic. A beautiful glowing painting, deep in a cave. Well, people had been painting in caves for thousands of years, so why not in Cumberland Park? But there's no explanation for what happened next. Because first, Kayley touched the glowing wall. Then I felt a funny, disorienting feeling, very much like riding the big roller coaster loop at Kentucky Kingdom. My stomach plunged, then shot up into my throat. And a second later, Kayley and I were standing in the middle of what looked like Central Park. It sounds nuts, I know. We thought so too. Of course, we both crouched and clutched one another. We both closed our eyes. Kayley whispered something that sounded like, "Oh shit, 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 shit." And I whined through my clenched teeth. Later, the whispered question started. Did we just teleport? Kayley. Shut up. Me. I think we teleported. Kayley. We're not in Star Trek. Me. Well, where are we then? Kayley. Eventually, we stopped shaking and looked around. We were on a kind of sidewalk. It was paved with dark, smooth stones. Pear-shaped lamps gleamed all around. They hung from tall posts and glowed with lovely, warm golden light, nothing like the harsh white blue of the streetlights back home. Above them, the sky was dark blue and filled with stars. I looked for the Big Dipper, and couldn't find it. Is it Narnia? Kayley asked. Don't be silly. White-barked trees with twined branches. Manicured bushes sprouted in regular rows. I was reminded of pictures of the garden at the Palace of Versailles, everything beautifully laid out in patterns and terraces. Low stone walls angled here and there, giving a sense of space and order and peace. Then where are we? I don't know. My throat felt tight. I felt like crying. Inside me was a storm of awe, fear, and excitement. How did we get here, Kayley? It's gotta be magic? Her eyes were big. Or we're lying at the bottom of the falls with our heads split open, and this is a hallucination. That's a possibility, too. She nodded. Either way, I don't think there's an Applebee's here. No kidding. Or pickle. I thought of poor Aunt Amy and Uncle Leo, thinking we were camping in Cumberland. I wonder if we're dead. Don't think so, Kayley said. I peed myself a little. I gave a little bark of laughter. Yeah, did too. Even your dreams can't feel this real. Some of them do. By silent agreement, we both shakily stood, still clinging to one another. I feel really weird, I said. You? Weird, yeah. But okay, I think. Kayley whispered. I feel a little bit like I got tossed around by a big wave at the beach, in Nag's Head. You know? All jiggled, spun, and flung. But I haven't drowned or died. Still got all my clothes and hands and feet. So I guess I'm okay. Come on, she added. Maybe there's a bathroom somewhere. I fell into step beside her. What makes you think there's a bathroom? There's lamps and paths and trees. But I don't see any people, do you? No. But there must be people somewhere. Lions and dinosaurs don't make gardens like this. We walked slowly and cautiously down the sidewalk. Our footsteps sounded very loud on the pristine stones. We passed close by one of the lamps. Instead of crackling with electricity, it gave off a faint low hum like a plucked string. We passed a bank of tiny flowers. Their smell reminded me of jasmine, sweet and heavy. What are we going to do if we can't get home or wake up? Tomorrow, I'm supposed to FaceTime with Matt. Until then, I'm not worrying about it. I waved my phone in the air. Don't know if you checked, but there's 0 cell service in this place. She grimaced. Who would we call right now? Hey, Uncle Leo. Can you drive your rig to Narnia? She pointed. I see windows. I squinted. There definitely was a building up ahead. I could see stone walls, rows of curved windows lit from within. A big expanse of lawn lay in front. That's grass. Or something like it. Come on. Let's knock on a door and ask for help. Really? Don't worry. She squeezed my arm. If a horrible dream man with a tattooed face answers the door, I'll kick him in the jewels. Kayley picked up her pace. We eased off the path and through a grove of trees. We were soon in a clearing, and I could see the sky very clearly. A big full moon hung in the sky. It made me feel a little dizzy and faint, because the moon had none of the usual dark markings. There was no curling rabbit or gray circles or smudges. Instead, there was a plain white face that glistened like a pearl. And what shone in the light it cast chilled me even more. I think I just saw a person walking. Kayley, still looking toward the building, practically gushed relief. Thank God. She started to pull me forward. We'll borrow a phone from them. Okay. I grabbed her tight and held her back, pulling her into the shadow of a tree. When she turned to protest, I gestured at the sky with my chin. Her dark eyes turned upward. Her jaw dropped. Carina. What are those? I had called it an owl in Cumberland Park. Even when I perceived scalloped, bat-like wings and long tail against the moon, I had told myself it was a mistake, a trick of the moonlight. But there was no mistake now. I knew what I was looking at. In the light of the big, strange moon, circling and swooping, dragons were in the sky. Real live dragons, dozens of them. They were calling to one another in strange voices, eerie and high, like hawks. Carina? Kayley's voice was barely audible. Are those? I watched one wheel and turn. It was beautiful and awful, maybe like seeing a tsunami or an exploding volcano. A miracle was in the sky. Death was in the sky. My worst dreams were coming true. The wheeling dragon turned and hovered against the moon for a moment, a terrifying silhouette, black and menacing. Then it arrowed straight toward us. Roughly, I pulled on Kayley's arm. Come on. We have to run. Now. Chapter 4. Once more, Kayley and I were running. But this time, instead of running toward a moonbow and beautiful music, we were running away from a winged monster. The paved paths were easier to navigate, being smooth and straight, but they were also well lit, so Kayley and I veered off into the trees. Branches at least provided some cover. However, the ground was uneven. Kayley tripped and fell almost immediately. I don't like your dream. I don't like your dream. She chanted, lying face down in the dirt. Dragons are not good. Kayley, get up. I could hardly get the words out, I was breathing so hard. Snap out of it. It's not a dream. At last, I urged her to her feet, and we started running again. I kept expecting any second to feel huge, sharp claws digging into my back or hot breath engulfing my body. I spied an archway up ahead and steered us toward it. A moment later, I saw it was a bridge spanning a ditch. Perfect. I pulled Kayley underneath. We crouched, panting and peering at the sky. The black dragon was nowhere to be seen. Was it real? Kayley asked. Yes. We're somewhere with dragons. I'm afraid so. Our breath slowed. We kept peering out from under the bridge. For the next few minutes, both of us took turns being afraid, in denial, and then totally thrilled. Kayley was mostly thrilled and kept saying things like, it's Narnia. It's Wonderland. It's Oz. I was mostly completely freaked out and kept saying things like, but how do we get home? We also both bounced to the other side of the emotion spectrum, trading places on a dime. Kayley, suddenly worried, said, how can I talk to Matt if I'm here? And I, suddenly elated, said, man, we really know how to celebrate graduation, huh? Eventually, we sat side by side under the bridge, trying to figure out what to do next. Because no matter how wondrous it was to be in another world, you knew we had to figure out how to survive a dragon attack, find something to eat, and maybe get home. We realized Uncle Leo and Aunt Amy would be frantic if we didn't make it back by the following day. Plus, Kayley had her FaceTime with Matt all set up. Then again, the sky was still full of dragons. We could see them flying. And so we stayed where we were. A freaking portal. In Cumberland Park. No one back home will ever believe it. Kayley reached out and touched a stone from the bridge. I wouldn't believe it either, except I've got little grains of dirt on my fingertips right now. No dream I've ever had provided that much detail. I shook my head. Maybe if we go back to the place where we came through. See if we can find the, portal. Say it. There's a portal, Carina, and it's real. Portal, all right. I sighed. Anyway, we have to go back there and try to find it. I think we came through near that grove. I pointed at a distant line of trees, half-heartedly. I honestly wasn't sure if it was the right place. I hadn't been looking for landmarks when Kayley and I tumbled out of the cave. I'd been too surprised. Kayley said, and the dragons? Do we just walk out in the open and say, hey guys, don't mind us. We'll be on our way. That does sound stupid. I shuddered. But it might just work, a deep accented voice said from behind us. Dragons can be more polite than you think. Kayley and I shrieked and turned. I expected slavering jaws and claws and scales. But there was only a young man standing there. He was tall, handsome, grinning. A lock of dark hair fell over one eye. Even though he looked normal and even nice, Kayley and I scuttled away. Our first instinct was to flee. But he spoke soothingly and crouched low, so he didn't look so big and intimidating. Hey. It's all right. I'm friendly. You're safe. When we did not reply immediately, he added. I'm speaking your language correctly, yes? English? Kayley and I looked at one another, and then at him. We both nodded. Yes, we can understand you, Kayley managed to say. Good, he said. It is my first time meeting humans face to face, although I have watched your kind from afar. I want to make a good impression. He put a hand on his chest. I was relieved to see it was a perfectly normal hand, with 5 distinct fingers. I am called Ajax. And you are? After a moment, Kayley and I managed to stammer our names. Very nice to meet you. Welcome to Alartha. We do not see your kind here much. Are you lost by any chance? Oh my God, yes, Kayley said before I could even untangle my tongue enough to talk. We are so lost and so freaked, and I know this is a complete cliché, but we really just want to find our way home. You wouldn't happen to have a spare set of ruby slippers on you, would you, Ajax? He cocked his head. Excuse me, Ruby what? Not long after, Ajax was sitting cross-legged on the ground. He and Kayley were chatting like old friends. All I could do was stare. Ajax was very nice to look at. I was relieved to see no tattoos, like my scary dream man. Instead, Ajax had dark slanted eyes and a laughing mouth. He kept flipping that lock of dark hair from his forehead, making gestures with his beautiful hands. His accent was pleasant to listen to, lilting and liquid. And yet there was a strangeness to him too. His skin was golden and had a pearlescent sheen, almost like Aunt Amy's pottery glazes. And if the moonlight caught his eyes the right way, they seemed to glow green, like a cat's. You're not human. Are you? You're not like us. I interrupted his conversation with Kayley. Carina, Kayley hissed. She might as well have said rude out loud. But Ajax took the question in stride. I am not. However, I have visited and studied the human realm. I have tremendous, what is the word? Curiosity, Kayley provided. Curiosity, yes. Ajax nodded. I have it inside me in big piles, and so I have visited your world. Then you know how to get us back? I absolutely do. The relief I felt was enormous. It was like having my whole body bathed in light. Kayley was asking, and can you hide us from those dragons up there so they won't eat us? The question amused Ajax. His eyes crinkled as he smiled. I can hide you, yes. But it is not necessary. You are in no danger of being eaten by a dragon. Are you kidding me? Why not? We are a civilized society. Ajax opened his palms. After all, I am a dragon. And I am not eating you. Wait. What? You are a what? Kayley's jaw dropped and so did mine. Ajax explained that the dragons we saw flying around in the sky could assume human-like shapes whenever they wanted. In fact, they spent much of their time in a human-like guise. It is easier, more pleasant to be in this shape. He explained. We only shift into dragon skins when we are patrolling the skies for enemies. Do you have a lot of enemies? He shrugged. Not so many. But enough so we are careful. We constantly scan the earth and sky for invaders. But the rest of the time, we live much as you do. Although, he added, we do not sit so much and look at screen lights. We talk, play games, dance, eat together. We do not understand the human fascination with electronic devices. Why do you look at them so much? Kayley was leaning forward, trying to explain the lure of smartphones, but I was still fearfully digesting the fact that Ajax had said he was a dragon. Did he mean us harm then? He really didn't seem to. But who really knew? And how could he change his skin? Ajax said, I would like to talk further with you both. It is a rare privilege to have two human females to converse with, but I have a suggestion. Instead of crouching in the center park, why don't you come to my dwelling as my guests? You can have some refreshment and rest. Then later, I can accompany you to a doorway where you can access your world again. Would this plan meet with your satisfaction? Kayley and I exchanged glances. A whole silent conversation ensued. On Kayley's end, there was excitement. I could tell now that she heard there was a chance of getting home. She was back in adventure mode, ready to enjoy every minute of our portal tumble. On my end, there was trepidation. I could almost feel my Aunt Amy tugging on my shirt sleeve, begging me to stay home. Could we really trust Ajax? What if he was like the White Queen in Narnia, and only pretending to be nice? What if he changed into his dragon skin, and ate us as soon as we left the bridge? In the end, Kayley's zeal for adventure won out. Although I was very worried, what else could we do except stick with Ajax? The alternative was to hide under the bridge forever. At least this way, we had a chance of getting home. Let's go, I said. Thanks, Ajax, Kayley chimed in. He sprung to his feet. I am pleased. I assume you would like a ride to my dwelling? Oh my God. That would be amazing, Kayley breathed. I am so tired. It must be 2 a.m, our time. Ajax nodded and began unbuttoning his silky shirt, displaying a breadth of golden muscled chest. Excellent. It will take me but a moment to disrobe. He flung off the shirt and reached for his trousers. Huh. Oh, wait. Wait. What are you doing? Ajax looked up, hair tousled. His trousers were all undone. I couldn't help noticing his perfect six-pack, and a tantalizing line of dark hair making a path on his belly. Is there a problem? Did you not say you wanted a ride? Yeah, but why are you taking off your clothes? His eyebrows swooped in a frown. So I can take my dragon form and bear you home on my back. Kayley and I looked at one another again, eyes wide. She laughed. That's okay, I spoke quickly. I'm not as tired as I thought, Kayley added. We can walk to your house, right? Me. Walking is good, Kayla agreed. We love walking, I reinforced. Ajax was still frowning. But it is such a simple matter for me too. His hand started tugging on his trousers again. No, really. Humans are weird about nudity. Seriously, stop, I said. But why? Custom, I guess. Don't you have them here? Things you do or do not do to be polite. Ajax thought, then nodded. We have customs. He stooped and picked up his shirt. You always keep your clothes on. No. But we don't take them off for strangers. Only people we know well. All right. Come then. We will walk. He flung the shirt casually over his shoulder and headed out from under the bridge. The view of his supple back was just as gorgeous as his chest and stomach. Kayley raised her eyebrows. I gave her a half smile in return. Together we followed Ajax. Chapter 5. What can I say about that strange first walk I took through the capital city of Alartha? I could describe Kayley's obvious delight. The way her head turned this way and that, as she drank in the sights. How her sneakers danced on the sidewalk. The excitement in her voice as she asked questions. I could also describe Ajax's amused elegance, the almost fluid way he moved. I could describe his seething energy, which fairly hissed out of his golden skin like steam. I could tell you how the whole time we walked, I could still glimpse dragons wheeling in flight by the light of the big moon. But mostly when I remember that walk, I think about my own uneasiness. It kept growing as we stepped through the park, and then to a kind of paved residential street lined with mansions and more twining trees. I wanted to share in Kayley's delight. I wanted to enjoy the novelties around us. Each house went up in a series of steps, like Aztec pyramids. They all had flat roofs, Ajax explained, so flying dragons could easily land on them. The paved streets were extra wide too, for the same reason. They were built to accommodate dragon-human bodies. Ajax pointed out distant hillsides, where I could see the outline of palatial gazebos, white like Greek temples. He said they were for the refreshment and the rest of patrolling dragons. They could take shelter there without changing their skins. He pointed to an enormous public fountain jetting in a nearby plaza, and told us it was for impromptu dragon showers and baths. I wanted to admire all of it. Still, I was so afraid. I kept remembering the strange dreams I'd had all my life. And the more Ajax gestured and spoke about Alartha, the deeper we walked into that strange city, the more uneasy I felt. I had dreamed of this place many times. With each passing second, I became more sure of it. For instance, as we strolled out of the park, with its perfect geometric layout, and into a street pavement shiny and smooth as glass, Kayley asked, "Who built this place?" Ajax said, "The Sog Artha designed it. The Moog Artha built it. The Tyne Artha made it beautiful." Of course that sounded like nonsense. Kayley bumped his shoulder with her fist, and told him he had to do a much better job explaining things. Come on. What the frick is a Moog Artha? Or a Tyne Artha? Help me out here. Meanwhile, I panicked a little because I realized I already knew the answer to those questions. Part of me could anticipate everything that came out of Ajax's mouth. There are 5 types of dragon shifters in Alartha. The Sog are the masters of wind and air, great thinkers and speakers. The Moog are the masters of the earth, builders and laborers. The Tyne are water serpents, artists and musicians. The Salamanders, fire and light dragons, are Alartha's warriors. And finally there are the Clow, the rare dragons of mist and smoke, who can detect lies, work spells and sometimes predict the future. Even before Ajax described them, pictures were already blooming in my imagination. The Sog were very glib and freewheeling. They were light-hearted, quick-thinking, tended to be adept at flight maneuvers. Ajax, with his grace and humor, his ease with his body, was probably of the Sog. He definitely couldn't be Moog. These dragons were slow-moving and laconic. They had great strength, and tended to spend their whole lives in dragon form. They had built this city, quarrying the stones, mining for decorative jewels, building a vast network of tunnels underneath, which they used exclusively for getting from one place to another. But how did I know this? How could I have dreamed it? Could I have? I guess I could have. Ajax was responding to another of Kayley's questions. No. Shapeshifting isn't painful. It can be a little disorienting, however. The change in perception is very odd. For instance, the skin of my human body is much more sensitive than that of my dragon shape. Cold air, the touch of another, the whisper of cloth on my back, all these sensations are exquisite in my human form. He raised his muscular arms as if embracing the night air. Whereas my dragon body is much less sensitive to touch. It is encased in armor like scales, but it has a better sense of smell and better eyesight. It is fearsomely strong and can fly. Very good for traveling, exploring, fighting, hunting. He gave Kayley and me a rakish wink, swinging his arms and wiggling his supple fingers. But not for touching. Not for intimacy. Lovemaking is much better when I'm in my human shape. He tossed us a lopsided grin. So is tasting food, conversation. I can share and feel so much more. I understood this. I had always felt like I had two selves inside me too. It wasn't the same as Ajax. I had never actually switched bodies. But I felt like there were two different Carinas, just the same. At swim meets or archery contests, I was a fierce, almost bloodthirsty competitor, reveling in my skill and physical strength, not giving an inch when it came to winning. But at a party after a meet, trying to navigate a press of people, my courage and ease evaporated. I clung to corners, afraid to be seen or to reach out to even try. Kayley was the one who always leapt into new experiences with both feet. I was the one who held back. For most of my life, I thought this divided self was a result of my mother dying when I was little. I was slow to trust, cautious and protective. Uncle Leo and Aunt Amy had always said it too. Honey, you got a hurt inside no one else has, and that makes you careful. It's all right. You'll grow out of it and trust the world one of these days. Meantime, be patient with yourself. But here in Alartha, Ajax made it sound like a divided self was the most natural thing in the world. Meanwhile, Kayley wondered aloud if the 5 tribes of Alartha ever mixed together. Of course, Ajax told her. We all attend the university and serve in the military together as youths. I have friends and cousins who are Moog, Tai and Clow. But I must admit, as those of us in Alartha age, we also grow more clannish. So there are old Moog who haven't ventured above ground in decades. There are Tyne who stay in the water for years at a time. There are salamanders who fight about everything. As we age, we become less flexible. Oh God. Human old people are like that too, Kayley said. Their minds and bodies get stiff. They aren't as open to new ideas. They want everything to be the way they remember it. She rolled her eyes. It is natural, I think. Ajax had put on his shirt again, but hadn't bothered to button it. His pec muscles bunched, and his abs flexed as he reached up to touch a tree branch overhead. We grow and expand. We age and contract. Life is a circle. Kayley nodded. Shakespeare said that. What is Shakespeare? Ajax cocked his head. How I wanted to be at ease like Kayley was. She was bouncing around, her fear and exhaustion forgotten. She pointed at things, asked questions, laughed at Ajax's jokes. They were both trying to include me, too. Kayley kept saying things like, that house is totally like a cathedral, huh, Carina? Or, Carina? Smell this flower. Meanwhile, Ajax kept touching my shoulder lightly whenever he wanted to point out something special. See that golden dome? It is the great alchemy laboratory, where we manufacture perpetual motion machines and transmute lead into gold. Sure, they tried, but I just felt incredibly confused and scared. And it was all because I felt more at home in Alartha than I ever had in the suburb of Louisville where I grew up. But how could that be? I'd had a perfectly ordinary childhood that had been all waffle houses, gas stations, and freeways. My aunt and uncle's home was plopped in the middle of hissing sprinklers, sun-drenched car dealerships. My home rang with Alexa's voice saying, "One new notification from Amazon shopping." My world was Instagram posts from Davis and Mac, and Amy's pottery studio smelling of clay and made warm by her kiln, Uncle Leo making bacon and cheese omelets in the kitchen on Sunday mornings when he got back from a long haul. So how did I suddenly know the underground Moog caverns were majestic and beautifully lit by lamps made of precious gems? How did I know the Tyne sang underwater and could fountain whole rivers from their mouths in silvery bursts that could flood a village? How did I know what it was to slip in and out of forms, trading one body for another? I couldn't know it. It was impossible. But I did. The fear inside me became overwhelming. Soon I was in a full-on panic, holding onto my chest, taking only hitching breaths. I had to stop and sit on a low wall. Carina. I was only dimly aware of Kayley kneeling next to me. What's going on, hun? How could I explain? What would Kayley think if I told her I knew things about Alartha that I shouldn't? She might believe I was making it up. Or worse, she might get really scared too. And I didn't want to scare Kayley, not until I knew what this all meant. Better to just keep silent. I think it's simply all catching up to me. Still panting, I waved a hand around the silent, flat-roofed houses lining the street. All this is a lot to take in. Can we just sit a second? No problem. Ajax flopped on the wall by my side. I can see how this would be a lot to understand. He chuckled. Good thing it's the middle of the night, he added. Or this sidewalk would be filled with Alarthians, going about their business, and then you'd really be overwhelmed, Carina. Immediately I pictured it, like I'd seen it all before. The sun would shed a different light, more golden than back home. In its light across the street, there would be a laughing gaggle of teenage sog, like skateboarders, only naked, flying and running around a lawn, randomly popping in and out of their two forms, dragon to human, human to dragon, trying to streamline their shapeshifting, making it smooth and perfect. A phalanx of salamander guards would be standing at attention in front of an imposing edifice down the way. Their eyes would glow red, and their human skins would be dark, sulfurous, and faintly fuming from the heat inside them. Or maybe they'd be in their dragon form, serpent-like, shooting flames from their cavernous mouths. Down the street, two tine artists, their dragon forms bottle green and bright blue, would be decorating a towering building flying in circles up high. My mind was racing. My heart was racing. Panic was engulfing my whole body. Ajax took my hand in his own. I focused on the warmth as he pushed up the sleeve of my flannel and stroked my arm. Now, he said, his voice soft. Whatever is frightening you, it is not real. Look around you, Carina. My name was exotic on his tongue, his accent making it sound sweet and secret. You are safe here. You are with your old friend and your new friend. Yes? Whatever is frightening you, you can let it go. You do not need to worry about it. Be here with me. You are well. You can see and feel that. Breathe. The musical lilt to his voice was soothing. His strokes on my arm were firm yet soft. He kept speaking, and my heartbeat gradually slowed. I will tell you a story, he said. Family lore says one of my great-great-grandmothers was of the Clow. She was a tremendously powerful empath. Ajax kept talking, and my tight muscles loosened. It was said she could stand in the king's throne room and read the mind of every person in it. Can you believe it? I matched my breath to the slow rise and fall of Ajax's broad chest. She knew which courtiers were liars, which were loyal, which could be relied upon, which were lazy clods. She kept the peace. For all her life, so long as she served the king, no backroom deals could be done without her knowledge, and no treason went undetected. His eyes like black jewels held mine. I think I have a little of her gift. Nothing marvelous, but a little glimmer. I can feel your feelings, Carina. Did he really just call me that? It was so nice. I felt sweet under his touch, like taffy softening in the sun. You are calmer now. You are here with me. Yes? I was. I could swear our hearts were beating in sync. You know you have nothing to fear. Don't you? Everything is well. I still had a lot to fear. But Ajax had calmed me enough that I could deal with it. Painful knots of fear had unwound. And for the first time in a long time, I felt safe and at home in my own body. There you are. With his fingertip, Ajax touched my cheek, my forehead, my lips. Each touch was like a kiss. You will be all right now, Carina. And I was, more or less. I could breathe and speak. My thoughts had stopped racing. I was scared, but felt better able to deal with it. Thank you, Ajax. Even to my own ears, my voice sounded perfectly normal. His sensual lips curved in a smile, and my breath caught. Boy howdy and thank God, Kayley exclaimed. She had plopped down on the wall next to me. What the heck happened to you? I lied. I guess it just all hit me like a ton of bricks. Portals. Dragons. You aren't the tiniest bit freaked out? She frowned. I am. But I think I'm dealing with it by throwing myself into it, instead of holding back. She patted my leg. Why not try that? Good idea. I felt bad not telling Kayley what was going on with me. But I just couldn't. First of all, I didn't know what it meant. Second of all, I didn't know if I even needed to do anything about it. You'll feel better if you rest and have some food, Ajax said and leapt to his feet. Fortunately, you can have both momentarily. We are but steps from the palace, where food, bedding, and the portal to your world can be found. Ah, did you say palace? Kayley was frowning as she stood. I thought you were taking us to your house. Yes. The palace is my home, Ajax said. Kayley and I looked at one another. Oh, did I forget to mention I am a prince? His dark eyes were slitted. His smile was saucy. You will have to start calling me Your Highness as soon as we arrive. With that, Ajax turned and headed up the street. Kayley and I gawked at one another for a second, then scrambled to follow. Chapter 6. The palace in Alartha was an imposing structure. It was pyramid-shaped, like all the other buildings in the city, but also much bigger. A series of steps and terraces led to a flat roof. I was reminded once more of the ancient Aztec cities. Had the Aztecs inspired the dragons? It seemed possible, even likely. Perhaps the portals from Alartha to my world existed for thousands of years. I recalled the Aztecs had a dragon god. Ajax indicated Alarthians had been spying on humans, and even walking among them for a long time. I can't believe we have to take the stairs. Ajax rolled his eyes with mock frustration. Are you absolutely sure you ladies don't want a ride to the dragon main entrance up top? He pointed up with one hand and reached for his trousers. No. Kayley and I said in unison. Ajax laughed. The palace steps were steep though. Just looking at them made my thighs burn. Even more intimidating than the steep steps were the palace guards standing at the foot of them. They were salamanders, huge warriors in their dragon form. Their eyes as big as platters glowed red. Scales rasped on the paving stones when they moved. Heat emanated from their sides like they were filled with banked coals. My face grew warm as we drew close. When one of the salamanders opened its mouth, I saw rows of sharp teeth like a crocodile's. I almost turned and ran. Good evening, Shale. Hello, Kala. Ajax nodded casually to the beasts. The guards dipped their heads in a bow. Their glowing red gazes were firmly trained on Kayley and me. We hung back. Kayley grabbed my hand. These humans are my guests, Ajax said. They come in peace. Let the master of the guard know that they should be extended every courtesy while they are here. Another bow. One of the guards hissed something in a language I couldn't understand. Ajax answered in English, the same way any polite foreigner would, to include his guests in the conversation. I'll be sure to let my mother know you warned me these might be elves in disguise. He laughed. And if I am murdered in my sleep, you can say, I told you so, my prince. All right? The salamander hissed out an answer in what sounded like a grudging tone. Then the guards stepped back so Kayley and I could easily pass them by. But even brave Kayley kept hold of my hand as we walked between those monsters. Their teeth were like swords in their open mouths. Their eyes were filled with a baleful light. I was thoroughly intimidated. Ajax was at ease. Leaving the guards behind, he stepped lightly up the outdoor staircase. Kayley and I followed at a slower pace. Almost everyone is asleep, Ajax was saying as we trudged. But we can scrounge in the upper kitchens for food, and there are many spare bedrooms where you can sleep. Sleep? Aren't you showing us a portal to the human world? Ajax looked over his shoulder. His dark eyes were shadowed. I promise you I will. But wouldn't you like to rest first? I started to reply, but Kayley squeezed my hand, letting me know I should lighten up. Her face clearly showed what she was thinking. Carina, shut up. When will we ever again get a chance to be the guest of a prince in a palace like this? The palace was beautiful. The floors were tiered like a wedding cake, each layer a little smaller than the last. Outdoor gardens and splashing pools dotted each terrace. I could smell citrus and spicy perfume. On each floor, darkened archways led into sumptuous rooms lit with golden light. Are we climbing all the way to the top? Kayley had started to pant with exertion. Fortunately for you, no. Ajax laughed. He didn't seem one bit tired. The smaller kitchens are only on the 4th terrace. He waved a hand vaguely at the dark city spreading out below. The dragon kitchens are in another building entirely, of course. They have to be, to accommodate the ovens. I could imagine the dragon kitchens, enormous buildings with cavernous ovens that could roast whole animals over giant spits and feed vast armies of big monsters. Here we are. Ajax was stepping off the stairway onto a terrace. A pool of water gleamed near the edge. A grove of what looked like flowery ferns fountained from a garden bed next to it. Follow me and step lightly, lest the cook catch us in her domain and give us the sharp edge of her tongue. He led us through an archway, and we were soon engulfed in jaw-dropping beauty. Inside, the walls of the palace were decorated in the same beautiful flowing shapes that had adorned the secret glow-in-the-dark portal in the cave back in Cumberland. Interlocking squares and diamonds, flowers and vines, fanned peacock tails, scarlet serpents, all the ornamentation festooned the walls in a glorious riot of color. Low cushioned benches and beautifully decorated chairs were scattered here and there. I was reminded not only of ancient Middle Eastern temples but also Chinese temple decorations, and even Chinese architecture, with its emphasis on bright-colored pillars and dragon-themed murals. Had the dragons perhaps influenced every great ancient civilization on Earth? Had they taught the ancient Ottomans to use tile? Had they inspired the ancient Chinese to make dragon murals? Had they taught the Aztecs to make pyramids? Or was it the other way around? Did human art inform dragon design? It was on the tip of my tongue to ask Ajax, but he ducked through a low doorway and led us into a very different room altogether, this time a kitchen. It was plain and cozy, with cream-colored walls and a red-tiled floor. Pots and pans hung from the ceiling. A row of counters and cupboards lay side by side in the middle of the room. A beehive-shaped oven bulged in one corner. Now, let us see what we have. Ajax was uncovering various bowls left out on the counter. We have macaw and goragu and shaf. As the strange syllables fell from his lips, he pushed bowls toward the center of the counter. He pulled over some stools. They looked like they had been formed from clay and baked in one of Aunt Amy's kilns, and gestured Kayley and I should sit. "What are we eating?" she asked. With a twinge of fear, I realized I knew. That same part of me that had pictured all the types of dragons and their daily life also knew how this food would taste. I had eaten it in my dreams. Macaw was a kind of flatbread made of dark grain. Goragu and shaf were a bit like hummus dip or mashed avocado. One was sweet, with flakes like coconut in it. The other was spicy, with little berries that popped in the mouth and tasted of chili. "Water or beer?" Ajax was asking. He had stepped across the room to a row of clay crocks. "Just water," Kayley and I said. We were gingerly picking up flat pieces of macaw and swiping them through the dips. Kayley's face lit up with pleasure as she tasted the food. "This is good." "You sound surprised." Ajax pushed clay cups of water our way. I picked one up and drank the cool liquid inside it. I was very thirsty. "Well, I guess I don't know what dragons eat," she replied. Ajax started to describe how the macaw grain was harvested. Meanwhile, I examined the cup I had just drunk from. It was iridescently glazed and gleamed like an opal, with fire and light. I thought of how much Aunt Amy would like it. She would admire the light clay too, so much like porcelain. "Is the cup too humble for you?" Ajax asked. "No, it's lovely." I put it down and helped myself to more goragu. It was cool and sweet on my tongue. "Carina's aunt is a potter," Kayley said. "So Carina's kind of a dish connoisseur." "Ah. Well, we save the real formal dishes for banquets." Ajax sat and helped himself to flatbread as well. "You should come to one." "Are the banquet dishes clay too?" No, no. They are all cut from precious stones. Kayley chuckled. Like emerald plates and diamond wine glasses? She had been joking, but Ajax nodded quite seriously. The queen is especially fond of rubies. All her formal settings are blood red. I find it a bit much, but she is the queen. He shrugged. Kayley gave me a look that telegraphed. Oh my God, can you believe it? So the queen is your mother? Oh no. Ajax shook his head. I am but fourth in line to the throne. A prince, but not a very important one, thank goodness. He gave a mock shudder. Ruling is way too much responsibility for me. He went on. The queen is Torka, her imperial majesty, and wife to Shade, his imperial majesty. My father is one of King Shade's younger brothers. He, my cousin Nyx, and Nyx's father Gray, are ahead of me in the line of succession. I'm probably not ascending to the throne. He put his hand on his heart. I hope you will still speak to me. Oh. Well, now I'm not sure, Kayley joked. When someone tells me they're a prince, I expect a throne in the picture. Nothing is nastier. Ajax pretended to shiver. Politics and diplomacy are incredibly tedious. Entertaining guests is so much more fun. I dipped my flatbread in some more chaff. A spicy berry burst on my tongue, tasting of pepper. After all the running and terror, it was nice to simply sit and be surrounded by four walls, eating good food next to Kayley. Each bite put more strength in me. But I was getting sleepy too. My tired legs were finally relaxing, aching from all the exercise. My eyelids felt heavy. Ajax must have noticed because he said, "There's a bedroom nearby, where you can rest, Carina." I opened my mouth to thank him again. Rest was suddenly seeming like a wonderful idea. I was about to say so, when a strange voice interrupted. I couldn't understand what it was saying, but its badgering, accusing tone immediately snapped me to attention. I turned. A woman stood in the kitchen doorway. She was beautiful with a long nose and slanted dark brows. Her skin was the same golden hue as Ajax's, and her dark hair had the same thick, straight texture. She was dressed in a long blue robe. The language she spoke sounded familiar, but I couldn't understand a word of it. The effect of her words on Ajax was immediate. He slipped off the stool and stood very straight, then bowed. As he had with the guards, he replied politely in English, even though he had been addressed in another language. It was kind of him to make sure Kayley and I would understand what was going on. "Good evening," he said to the woman. "I thought you would be asleep, or of course I would have introduced you to our esteemed guests. I encountered these ladies lost in Center Park, and have invited them to dine with me and stay the night." He turned us. He spoke very formally, but his dark eyes twinkled. "Lady Kayley. Carina. May I present to you my mother, Her Imperial Highness the Princess Marianne?" He added in a lower tone. "Stand up. It is customary to bow in her presence." Chapter 7. Kayley and I did as Ajax suggested. We stood and bowed awkwardly, but Princess Marianne did not look pleased or impressed with our manners. When she spoke, I recognized the tone, hissing and angry. "English language, mother," Ajax reminded her after she had gabbed on for a while. "These are not native speakers. You are being extremely impolite. And you expect me to be polite to them?" Princess Marianne's mouth twisted in a snarl. She was speaking English now, but she might as well have been hawking gobs of spit in our direction. "These are human girls." She spoke the word human in the same tone as one would say the word garbage. "They are beneath you, Ajax. And how you could risk your people, the sanctity of this world, by bringing two such harlots." "Excuse me, they were lost, and really it's not fair to jump in and call them," Ajax tried to interrupt. "Harlots," the princess continued. "Do you think I don't know why you brought them here? Into our home, Ajax?" "Hey," Kayley shouted. "I'm no harlot." The princess didn't even acknowledge her. She was still too busy raging at her son. "I should awaken your father." "Please do. I'm sure he'd love it." "I should summon the king," The princess raised her brows. Yes, do pull him out of his bed for this. She sputtered. How dare you? Do not mock me, Ajax. You know you risk bringing doom upon us every time you embark on another adventure. You think I don't know? Visiting the human world. Spying on the elves. Princess Marianne shuddered. And now that you would bring these filthy human females to the palace for a night's sport. They are not here to. Don't think I can't see it. Look at them. The princess's voice dripped contempt. The best of their species, I suppose. The dark-haired one is just your type. She was talking about me. My auburn hair was dark compared to Kayley's blonde curls. I resisted the urge to touch it and smooth it under her prickly gaze. Don't tell me you haven't planned a seduction already, Ajax, the princess purred. Did Ajax make a habit of bringing human girls to the palace? And what did she mean I was Ajax's type? You're making a fool of yourself, Your Highness, Ajax said. Really? She drew herself up. Then tell me, did you or did you not just give them a draft of Terran water? Kayley and I exchanged a glance. What was Terran water? Why would I do that? Ajax asked. So you could secure their compliance. So you could take them to your room and... Now it was my turn to interrupt, outrage surging. Excuse me, are you implying I'm here to sleep with your son? Her glittering gaze raked me from head to toe. Why else would he have brought you to the palace? Because I was lost and scared, and he's nice. I felt Ajax's bright gaze on me, yet I continued. Kayley and I fell through a portal. It was a total accident, and we were lost and very scared, and your son helped us. You should be proud of him. He made us feel welcome. Which is way more than you are doing right now. The princess's eyes blazed. Spots of color had appeared high on her cheekbones. Impossible. That's how I feel. You fell through a portal by accident? That's what I said, Your Highness. She scoffed. I don't believe you. Humans cannot come here by accident. She strode to the bowls of food we had been eating, and sniffed them as if looking for evidence of poison or drugs. No one from your world can enter ours unless we invite them, or they are a spy from our enemies. Her dark eyes narrowed. You don't have the look of a spy to me. So Ajax must have slipped over to your world on one of his perilous adventures, found you two in a cheap hovel, seduced you with a promise of palaces and food, and then spirited you back for bed sport. Mother, Ajax began. My voice rang out. We touched a freaking painting in a cave, and we wound up here. Okay. All my fear and confusion were being channeled into my anger now. I was almost shouting. I don't know where we are, or even what's going on. But I'll be more than happy to leave right now. Feel free to send us home. I'm more than ready to go. I turned to Ajax. It's clear we're not welcome. Thank you for trying to make us comfortable, but seriously, where's the portal, Ajax? Before he could reply, the princess swooped on me with shocking speed. She was like a hawk diving on a mouse, swift and with searing focus. It was everything I could do not to flinch, when her blazing eyes were inches from my own. It is true? You touched a doorway and it opened? I could feel her breath on my cheek. I could see her eyes were green as moss. I could feel her body shaking. For a split second, I wondered if she was afraid. Then, I remembered that she was a dragon. She could shift her skin and eat me right now. Even Kayley and Ajax seemed stunned I had shouted at her. I managed to mutter, why would I lie about it? The princess turned away, frowning. She whispered to herself in another language, then whirled again in my direction. She said again as if making sure, you touched a doorway and came through. Yeah, I did. And now I want to go through another one and head home. I drew myself up. I was not going to spend another second in this horrible woman's company. I turned to Ajax. Please show us the portal. I don't feel exactly welcome. He nodded. Even Kayley wasn't arguing. She grabbed a last wafer of macaw and said, ready to blaze. Ajax gestured. Together, the three of us started toward an arched doorway. Wait, said the princess. We all turned to her. Your Highness? Ajax asked. Some last rude words for our departing guests? Shall you call them whores as well as harlots? No, of course not. How could I be rude? I'm never rude. The princess bared her teeth in a stiff smile. They are our guests. They should have every courtesy extended to them. My dears, she held her arms open to us. You must stay the night. We were all taken aback by the abrupt turnaround. Kayley's jaw dropped. Ajax's eyes narrowed. I felt confused and uncomfortable. The princess's glinting gaze was focused on me again. Ajax said, Mother, you realize you just intimated they were cheap barflies here for a night's bed sport. You said that out loud. You said I gave them Terran. Princess Marianne's eyes widened. I did no such thing. Her denial was jarring. Again she bared her white teeth. Ajax, what are you thinking, taking them to the portal? Of course the lost humans must stay here for the night. Where are your manners, son? She snapped her fingers. Awaken a servant immediately and have a room prepared. Then order a breakfast feast for tomorrow. We will show them the best Alartha has to offer. Kayley looked as confused as I felt. But Ajax bowed his head, as if accustomed to his mother's opinions veering 180 degrees in mere seconds. Your Highness, I think we should just go home, I started. The princess was hearing none of it. Ajax, she snapped. Don't just stand there. Take care of these poor girls. They look exhausted. And with that imperious pronouncement, she swept from the room. A little while later, Ajax led Kayley and me through a hallway lined with golden friezes and potted red-leafed plants. I must apologize for my mother, he said softly. It's not your fault she tried to slut-shame us. Kayley held out her arms, sheathed in the sleeves of her hoodie. Although where she got the idea we liked to sleep around, I can't think. I'm not dressed much like a slut. And I don't stink of some bar. She sniffed her jacket. Mother has a very low opinion of anyone who hasn't shapeshifter blood. Ajax shook his head. And don't even get her started about the elves. Who are the elves? I asked. Ajax gave me a swift glance. Another race in another world. Instead of being shapeshifters, they are magic workers. His lips twisted into a little smile of contempt. We have been at war with them for centuries. Why? He angled his head to one side, thinking. It was a long-ago disagreement, too complicated to fully explain. Suffice to say, because of it, our armies must patrol the skies constantly, making sure the elves haven't entered our realm to work their magical mischief. And the elves steal into our realm periodically, and try to attack. It goes on and on. Did I mention politics can be tedious? But your mother said people, I mean humans like Carina and I, we can't go through portals to other worlds? Kayley looked thoughtful. So far as I know, one must be a shapeshifter or a magic worker to glide between worlds. Ajax nodded. So it is a curiosity you came here. Humans don't regularly access other realms, do they? No. Only by reading books or staring at TV screens, Kayley said. And even then, we don't really enter another world. We just imagine it. I thought so. Ajax turned a corner and opened a door. So far as I know, to enter another world, a human being must have a magical talisman or be accompanied by a shapeshifter. Kayley and I looked at one another. I could tell she was thinking the same thing I was. No shapeshifter had accompanied us. And we carried no talismans except our cell phones and a flashlight. Why were we in Alartha? And why did I know so much about it? Kayley opened her mouth to say something, but just then Ajax waved a hand and we entered a beautiful room lit by golden light. Giant, comfortable-looking cushions were scattered on the floor. A decorative archway led to a terrace, where a green-tiled bath, large as a small swimming pool and filled to the brim with steaming water, glistened under the moon. I smelled a light flowery scent, like gardenias and jasmine. This is amazing, Kayley breathed. Here's where you will stay, Ajax said. There is a water closet through that door. He pointed. You may bathe in the pool on the terrace and refresh yourselves if you wish. Sleep here, and a servant will summon you to a royal breakfast on the morrow. But, you really can't just show us how to go home now? I asked. And risk my mother's wrath? Ajax's smile was rueful. I'm afraid you've received a royal summons, Carina. And you must obey. But what if I want to go home? Kayley yawned. Let's take a nap first. I'm completely beat, Carina. She threw herself on a plush, velvety cushion and embraced it with a sigh. We've been up all night. Your aunt and uncle aren't really expecting us back for a couple of days. We'll be okay. What about your call with Matt? If it's just breakfast, we'll be home in time for it. Kayley already sounded like she was drifting off to sleep. Ajax touched my shoulder. You're safe here. Tomorrow, you'll go to a nice banquet and then I will take you home. I promise. Just as before in the park, I felt a soft calm descend on me. It was like stepping into the sun and having it warm my skin. I was suddenly very aware of Ajax's body, the heat of it, his smiling mouth close enough to kiss. I felt my breath catch and had to turn away. What's Terran water? I asked. Ah. He laughed. It is what is the word in your language? A drink to heighten physical desire. An aphrodisiac? Yes. That's the English word. Ajax appeared to be savoring it as he spoke. Aphrodisiac. A potion you drink to increase physical pleasure and desire. And you make a practice of kidnapping girls from my world and feeding them this stuff? Not at all. Never. He shook his head. That's my mother's fantasy, not mine. Ajax wasn't exactly touching me, but standing so close I felt as if he was. It was like we were back in the park, and he was stroking me lightly with his finger. My skin tingled. My lips grew warm. I have actually never drunk Terran, he was saying. Although I'm told it is quite an experience, and I wouldn't be averse to trying it. Why haven't you? He took a deep breath and stepped away. I suppose I never met someone I wanted to drink it with. I don't give myself away lightly, no matter what Princess Marianne says. He gave a little bow. And now I must take my leave, Carina. Good night. Chapter 8. He's a hottie, huh? Kayley said after Ajax left. The sleep was gone from her voice. Oh, I guess he's sort of attractive, yeah. She snorted. You can't fool me. You think he's way hot. Kayley stood up from her cushion and started peeling off her clothes. I do not. What are you doing? Weren't you sleepy? I got a second wind. Oh my God. Do you see that amazing bath? She removed, wadded up her jeans and then shucked off her underwear. It looks heavenly, and it actually smells like flowers. Naked, she was already out on the terrace and wading into the perfumed water. She plunged her head under and popped up again. Yup. It's fantastic, she announced. I think water's even softer here than back home. It's more like lotion, really. Feel it. After a second, I stepped out of my shoes and socks and stuck an experimental toe in the water. Kayley was right. The water was satiny and also nice and hot. Get in. She was already splashing around. I looked around the terrace. But what if people can see us out here? Kayley ran her fingers through her wet curls. Carina, it's clear these dragon people don't feel the same way about naked bodies as we do. I doubt anyone cares one way or the other. Go on. Get in. After a moment, I shed my clothes too and cautiously slipped into the water. It was wonderful, like a pool of hot silk. I immersed my head and face, rinsing away all the dried sweat on my skin. When I popped back into the night air, I saw Kayley sitting on a tiled bench, still mostly submerged. I sat on a similar bench across from her. She leaned forward. Can you believe this? We're in a hot tub in a palace, in a magical dragon land. I shook my head. Part of me thinks this might be one of my weird dreams. Or else we fell in the river and died at the falls. Kayley raised her hand, watching moonlit droplets fall. Nope. We're not dead. Why not? She looked around. Heaven wouldn't be full of dragons. How do you know? Carina. Come on. She splashed me. Don't you see we're lucky? We managed to fall into a magical land. Narnia or Hogwarts. Alartha. With dragons, Kayley. I reminded her. I know. But cute dragons. Handsome dragons. Dragons that can turn into princes. Plus elves, don't forget. Kayley laughed. Carina, just admit it. This is great. Well, parts of it are cool. I looked up at that strange big moon and felt unease twist my stomach. But how did we get here? And why us? I thought of Aunt Amy, who worried about me heading to the grocery store or the bowling alley. What would she say about Alartha? Actually, I have a theory about why us. Kayley was swishing her fingers in the pool, making the reflection of the big moon ripple and shine. But I don't think you'll like it. Why not? Because I think it has to do with you. Me? A little bolt of fear made me shiver, even in the warm water. What makes you think this has to do with me? Kayley put her head back on the tile and let her legs float out in front of her. Okay. You remember Miss Clatham in 9th grade? Duh. Our world history teacher. Yup. Well, yeah. I'm not senile. Miss Clatham's face rose up in my memory, a woman with white hair and piercing green eyes. Well, she got you into archery, right? Kayley's voice was casual, but her stare felt penetrating. Started that club and everything? Sure. Miss Clatham had been a creative teacher. The archery lesson had been part of a class lesson about the Battle of Agincourt. We took a class trip to an archery range. We learned all about longbows and crossbows. And at the end of the presentation, we all got to try shooting an arrow into a hay bale. Okay. And you were better at it than anyone. Like instantly. Well, I guess. I felt uncomfortable, remembering how everyone in the class had looked at me afterward. But I mean, that can happen. Right? Sure. Archery prodigies are everywhere. Kayley snorted. They might be. She shook her head. But that's not the point. The point is, it was downright eerie. Everyone else was sending practice arrows into the ground. We were all groaning, trying to even pull the bowstring back far enough. But you were like something out of The Lord of the Rings. You grabbed an arrow and notched it like you'd been messing with archery since you were born, and hit a bullseye right off the bat. Oh, come on. Not right off the bat. Close enough. Kayley heaved herself out of the water. There was a pile of towels near the pool. She selected one and wrapped herself in it. And don't even get me started on Spanish and French in swimming. She shook her head. Spanish? Maybe you don't notice, but everyone else knows you pick up languages really fast. And don't get me wrong, that's really cool, but it's also weird. What American kid from Kentucky is fluent in 3 languages? Most of us can barely manage English. I just... And swimming? Girl, it's not an exciting or sexy sport, so your school records never got much attention. But I always noticed them. She dried herself energetically and popped on her t-shirt. Go to a meet. You'd be way ahead of everyone. Other schools would be muttering, Carina Whitlock's going to kill us with her times. And you almost always did. Right? She shook her damp curls. Why didn't you try out for the Olympics anyway? Costs too much money to go. At least $25,000 for coaches, pool time, training fees. I hadn't even bothered to ask Uncle Leo or Aunt Amy for the money. Even my coach at school had said, don't bother, Carina. You have much more important things to do than try to pay and train for the Olympics. Kayley sat down on a bench by the pool. But you probably could have gone. You probably could have qualified. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, Kayley was finger combing her hair. What I'm trying to say is you're special, Carina. Have been all your life. I can see it. Your aunt and uncle can see it. Kayley, I'm not. But for some reason you can't. Or you won't. Kayley kept talking. You can't see how, I dunno how gifted you are. And you think we're here in Alartha because I'm a good swimmer and got the top score on my AP Spanish and French tests? Kayley yawned. I just would not be a bit surprised if you could touch a magic doorway and go on through. She smiled sleepily. If there was anyone in our town who could do it, you'd be my number one pick. And now I gotta sleep. Like immediately. She rose and started heading into the room full of cushions. But then she stopped and turned to look at me. But no matter who's responsible, you or elves or dragons or whatever, I'm glad to be here. This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Dream or not, dead or not, magic or not, we should both enjoy it. Don't know that we'll ever get another chance to sleep in a dragon palace. And we're having breakfast with a princess tomorrow. Sure, she's a bit of a biatch, but still. It's awesome. Dream come true. Dream come true, I muttered. Kayley didn't even know how true those words were. A second later, she slipped into the room. Through the archway, I could see her burrowing into a cushion. I rose out of the pool a little later and dried myself with a towel. It was different from the towels back home, thinner and scratchier. Alarthians didn't seem to have figured out how to weave cotton. While I slipped on my t-shirt and lay on a cushion next to her, I thought about Miss Clatham. She had been everyone's favorite teacher. Quick and energetic, her green eyes always flashing, she had made world history come alive. I closed my eyes and thought about the first time she put a bow and arrow in my hands. It had just been a beginner's bow, nothing special, used probably hundreds of times by young people attending demonstrations just like mine. The target had been a paper circle attached to a hay bale. I remembered Miss Clatham's bright green eyes, her hand on my shoulder. Her voice had started to give me instructions. But then she just stopped because I had understood how to hold the bow without being told. I knew how to draw the bowstring back steadily. And I did make a bullseye on my second or third try. But shooting a target was not the same as touching a magical doorway and entering a portal to another world. Was it? But how else could I explain my instant familiarity with this place? I had barely been told about it, and already I understood so much about this society. I could describe the types of dragons. I could even recall the taste and texture of foods no one on Earth had ever eaten. Another bolt of fear shot through my chest like an icicle. My eyes flew open. I saw a patch of moonlight on the floor. Shadows zoomed past it. They were winged shapes, more dragons on patrol. I could see why Kayley would think I had something to do with entering Alartha. But honestly, there was a much better explanation for our presence here. And it had nothing to do with my being special or talented, or with my dreams and nightmares coming true. It just had to do with me being deluded. The more I thought about it, the more sense it all made. I must be locked up in an asylum, lost in a self-aggrandizing fantasy. Kayley wasn't really here. Neither was I. It was all a story my psychotic brain dreamed up. It said I had gone through a portal with my best friend. It pretended the places we went to were strangely familiar. But I was in a padded cell or stuck in the corner of a mental health facility, pretending I knew secret dragon land customs and that there was even a handsome prince to rescue me. The more I thought about it, the more sense it made. I had lost touch with reality. Now? Had I succumbed to heatstroke at graduation? Or had I really fallen down at Falls? Maybe Kayley had drifted off behind the wheel of Pickle on the way to Cumberland and crashed the car. In that case, we were both lying in a hospital instead of side by side in a dragon palace. It was a scary thought. But it made sense. I mean, sure. I did pick up languages quickly. I did swim very fast. I did win prizes in archery. But that didn't make me magical. It just made me good at certain things. And that was true of everyone in the world. Aunt Amy was a great potter. Uncle Leo and Kaylee were superb drivers. Talent wasn't anything special. I wasn't anything special. So I must be sick in the head. Well, there was nothing I could do about that, except close my eyes and try to relax. If I was in a hospital dreaming, then surely there were doctors nearby administering some kind of drug that would make my delusions fade away. And I just had to hang on until the drugs did their work, and I came back to reality. I imagined Aunt Amy and Uncle Leo talking to doctors, worrying about my mental health, maybe sleeping in a hospital bed next to me. For all I knew, the real Kayley was with them in the hospital too, holding on to Aunt Amy's hand and describing how I had a psychotic break near Cumberland Falls, and she was so sorry. I snuggled into the cushion. Well, if that was happening, all of it was beyond my reach right now. I was deep in my delusions for the time being. And under the circumstances, I decided I might as well try to take Kaylee's advice. Alartha seemed my only reality for the time being. I might as well just try to enjoy it. Chapter 9. Kayley and I were awakened the next morning by a short rap on the door. Sun was shining in stripes on the floor, its golden light making the decorations on the wall blaze with color. We were both a little dazzled and disoriented. A second later, a girl bounded into the room clutching a box in her arms. While Kayley and I blearily blinked, she started talking a mile a minute. Hi. I'm Nessa. I'm a page at the palace. I'm doing my military service. It is my honor to serve you this morning. Her Royal Highness Princess Marianne has asked you to partake in breakfast this morning, and I am sent to help you get ready. His Highness Prince Ajax will be here shortly to escort you, and you must dress right away. Where's your royal raiment? She looked around, perhaps for ball gowns hanging from the lamps. Kayley laughed. Let's see. You will find my royal blue jeans over there, where I stepped out of them. And my royal sneakers are by that bench. My royal hoodie is the red and blue one. It says King of Beers on the back and Budweiser on the front. Nessa crowed with delight, pouncing on Kayley's clothes like they were unearthed treasures. Who is the King of Beers? Are you his page, may I inquire? Not me, but my boyfriend kinda is. So soft. Nessa said of Kayley's crew socks. So well woven, she said of the blue jeans. It was hard not to smile at her. She was so obviously thrilled to be in the same room with Kayley and me. I watched sleepily as Nessa collected my clothing too, and produced a bristled brush from her box. She sat on a bench, and fell to scrubbing at the jeans, trying to get any dried mud and dirt off them. Are you really human? She asked. Really and for true. Fully human. You cannot shift at all. Never in my life. Kayley yawned and stood. Excuse me? I gotta go. She headed for the water closet. As Kayley closed the bathroom door, Nessa's bright gaze zoomed to me. And you too. Can you? Nope, I said before she could finish the question. I've never shifted either. Wouldn't even begin to know how to do it. Humans don't change their bodies. I added, what's it like? Nessa frowned. She was brushing at my fleece by then, obviously delighted with the feel of the fabric. Her own clothes looked like they were spun from the same stuff as the towels I had used the night before, plain, scratchy and stiff. The fleece probably did feel amazing to her. To shift, you have to slide between worlds, she said slowly. Nessa had a pleasant face, broad and jolly-looking and wide shoulders. Her skin was shiny and olive-toned, her dark hair neatly braided. Her strong hands were wielding the brush with confidence, doing a great job cleaning my clothes. Even my old Adidas were starting to look new again. Shifting. It's like entering a closet, I suppose. One in a different dimension, she said. You pop in there, sort of an in-between place. You can change your skin. And then you pop back out in your new body. She shrugged. Only it took me more time to say that than it actually does to do it. But that's how it works. Makes sense. I remembered what Ajax had said the night before. about only magic workers and shapeshifters being able to glide between worlds. Shapeshifting is more about navigating dimensions instead of changing skins. Kayley padded back from the bathroom. Well, that's a relief. Sounds so much easier and less messy than what you see with werewolves in a horror movie. I mean, that looks painful. You know, like bones cracking and fur sprouting and whatnot. Man, I thought Ajax was going to do something like that last night when he offered to give us a ride. I'm fine with an interdimensional body switch, though. Kayley tried to run her hands through her hair and failed. Her curls were all over the place, having dried in a wild poof while she slept. Dang. Nessa, honey, do you have a hairbrush in that box by any chance? She asked. I left them talking about hair texture and combs while I headed into the bathroom. It did not look anything like the bathrooms back home. There was no recognizable toilet or sink. But after some experimenting, I figured out how to make the water turn on, how to manage the odd shower head that was used for washing up, how to operate the sluice that whisked away sewage. There was a bronze-colored plate attached to one wall that functioned as a kind of mirror, too. In it, I could see my fuzzy reflection. Red hair only a little neater than Kayley's wild bush, dark eyes shadowed from exhaustion. I was going to my first and likely only royal fairy tale breakfast, looking like I'd been sleeping rough for days. Back in the room, Kayley was already dressed in her spruced-up jeans and t-shirt. She was trying to fix her hair by putting it up in a bushy ponytail, tied with a length of rough twine. Can you believe I'm going to eat with a princess, looking like a homeless kid? She asked, echoing my very thoughts. Don't worry. Your clothes are far more splendidly made than anything we wear in Alartha, Nessa said fervently. She reached out a finger to touch Kayley's hoodie. Makes sense, I said. You spend half your life not wearing clothes at all, right? So why invent lots of amazing fashion when you're just going to whip everything off, so you can pop in an interdimensional closet to change your skin? I suppose so. Nessa was looking wistful as she watched me slide in my newly brushed jeans. But I do think you look splendid. Kayley giggled and pointed at me. The royal flannel. I twinkled back at her. The herald of His Majesty, the King of Beers. Nessa didn't get the joke, and we couldn't explain it, but she laughed merrily anyway. I managed to get my long hair combed and braided before Ajax showed up. He looked wonderful in simple trousers and a shirt, only a little more formal looking than last night's attire. I immediately felt better about my jeans. Apparently, breakfast in the palace would be a casual affair. Kayley, Carina, he bowed to us both. I trust you slept well. Has Nessa taken good care of you? Nessa's been great and I slept like a log, Kayley said. Ajax started to say something more, but Nessa piped up, eyes wide, unable to contain herself. Oh. Do logs sleep in the human world? No, little one. They just lie still like they do in Alartha. Ajax smiled. Don't you have somewhere to be now, Nessa? Oh. I do. I need to mend the king's sandals. Nessa scrambled to fetch her box of brushes and hurried out the door. Ajax watched her disappear down the hallway and then said in a low tone, Military service is required of all youngsters here, but some are better suited for patrol than others. Those with personalities like Nessa's usually wind up serving at the palace or working in the kitchens or hospitals. Well, from what my boyfriend Matt tells me, that's military service too, Kayley put in. Someone's gotta manage the mess tent and ferry the supplies. Not everyone's a killer. Quite right. Ajax nodded. We try to find a place for everybody, and we certainly don't want someone like Nessa trying to fight a battle. It would break her heart and her spirit. He added, if you're ready, please follow me. We followed him out into the corridor. By the light of day, the palace was much busier than it had been in the middle of the night. The beautiful halls were filled with Alarthian pages, young people like Nessa running to and fro, executing various service tasks. Some carried piles of towels and others lugged buckets of tools. A few were even crouched on the floor, scrubbing at the tiles. Everyone looked up as we passed by, and then looked quickly down again. So I guess all the young people in Alartha work as servants or soldiers for a few years? Everyone, Ajax said. Including myself. 2 to 5 years of public service, compulsory. Afterward, we are free to study a profession and old enough to marry if that is our wish. He glanced my way. I am nearly done with my own military service, and will be entering the diplomatic corps soon. I thought you found politics tedious. I do. But as a prince, it was either diplomacy or soldiering. Overall, I'd rather talk than kill. And are you getting married soon? Kayley asked. Her question had been teasing, but Ajax's cheek rippled. He was clenching his teeth. There has been talk of it, he said stiffly with another glance at me. An advantageous alliance with a powerful family. But nothing final has been decided. He swept ahead of us. I felt a little flash of jealousy, and hoped it didn't show on my face. After all, why should I care if Ajax was engaged to be married? And yet somehow I did mind, very much so. A gilded archway loomed ahead, and Ajax straightened his stance. All right. We're about to enter the dining hall. It is customary to stand behind your seat until my mother has taken hers. I do apologize in advance on her behalf. You may have to stand a while. He sighed. Her Imperial Highness has a habit of taking her time, even when it comes to honored guests. Don't take it personally. She just likes to make people wait. Oh, I totally know the type, Kayley said, rolling her eyes. There's this girl we went to school with named Tori Minter. She couldn't be on time for anything. Always showing up wide-eyed and tardy. Guys, I'm so sorry. I don't know how it got to be so late. Her imitation of Tori's breathless shriek was so perfect, I laughed out loud. Then I wondered if I'd ever see Tori again, and sobered. Like every room in the palace, the dining hall was gorgeous, with heavily tiled and decorated walls and ceilings. An inlaid table stretched in the middle of the space. Long benches were pulled up on either side. The table had already been laid with covered dishes. A young, serious-looking man with dark hair stood behind a bench, his neck bent, deep in thought. He was dressed similarly to Ajax, but with fancy gold embroidery on his sleeves and collar. Ajax cleared his throat, and the young man looked up. Nix, Ajax said with a slight bow. These are our honored guests. He turned to Kayley and me. Carina Kayley, may I present my cousin, His Royal Highness Nix, decorated soldier and son to General Grey, who is brother to the king. Nix turned and bowed. Kayley and I clumsily tried to follow suit. It is an honor to meet you both, he said. Ajax ushered us to places behind a bench across from Nix, where we all stood in a row. Have rumors been flying around the palace all morning about our visitors? Nix nodded. He looked a lot like Ajax, with the same dark hair and golden skin. But his face was thinner and more serious, and his eyes light gray instead of black. I've heard everything, Nix said with a thin smile. That the visitors are elves in disguise, wearing human glamours. That they are human girls whom you kidnapped for bed sport. Ajax smirked at this, but Nix's mouth turned down with distaste. That they are dragons, time tricksters, who have found a way to shapeshift into humans. And the best rumor of all, these girls are both part of the sacred trinity, and the prophecy has come to pass. He laughed heartily, but Ajax looked serious and a little sad. Kayley asked, what's the sacred trinity? Nix shook his head. Myths and nonsense. No, it's not, Ajax said softly. Clow silliness. Nix laughed. But it's interesting, if a bit pathetic. Here, I will show you. He gestured at the wall behind us. Puzzled, Kayley and I turned to look while Nix walked around the table to stand beside us. He pointed to a tiled design. Here, we have depicted the 3 tribes. The frieze looked like a large triangle with 3 different colored sides. He pointed to each side as he spoke. Humans. Elarthians. And the elves. At the mention of elves, Nix made a face. Once, long ago, all 3 supposedly lived in a prosperous peace, exchanging their knowledge and gifts. The shapeshifters, the magic workers, and the creatives. I frowned. You call humans creatives? It is the thing that makes your race distinctive. Ajax turned to me. Humans can imagine something from nothing. It is a truly marvelous ability. Don't you think so? Since I might be imagining this whole encounter from a padded room in a ward at the Central State Hospital in Louisville, I had to agree. I guess I have a pretty big imagination. Exactly. And it's very rare on Alartha to dream up something that doesn't exist, to see other possibilities instead of what's in front of you. We Alarthians have copied much of our architecture and decoration from your people. Also our music. Even some of our customs. Nick snorted. He evidently didn't think much of imagination or invention. Anyway, the story goes that once long ago, all three races lived in peace. Humans befriended Alarthians. Alarthians married humans and elves. Elves worked their magic for the benefit of all. He stopped, looking at Kayley's and my astonished expressions. Do you not have such stories in the human realm? I guess, I said slowly. We have stories about fairy godmothers and elves and magic workers. And dragons pop up in myths all over the world. But they are very old stories, and no one believes them. But at some point all the dragons and elves disappear from your world, do they not? They retreat to the realm of myth. You no longer see them or speak to them? There sure aren't any magic workers or Alarthians in our world. Kayley sounded wistful. Exactly, Ajax said. And according to our legends, that is because of the Great Rift, a fracturing of the bond between the races. But it's nonsense. Nick shook his head. Ajax countered, I don't think so. Is it so hard to believe there was once peace? And that there can be again? Nick scoffed. What would be the point? So we could all play together like children. Elves trading spells for dragon aid, dragons mixing and living with humans, helping them build their pyramids and temples and water clocks. Why not? Ajax interrupted. Nick sneered. Because our races are far too different. We always have been and always will be. He pointed a finger at Ajax. Cousin, you have been listening to too much Clow poppycock, and you do well to. Ajax drew himself up. No. You do well to remember our grandmother was Clow. She was one of the greatest empaths in all. Oh, empaths? Nix bunched his mouth in a moue of distaste. No disrespect to our grandmother, but I know everything I need to about the Trinity right now, without the benefit of empathy. He gestured at the wall. Only one side of this triangle is functional. He pointed to each side. For all their imagination, humans are weak and lazy. For all their magical ability, elves are duplicitous and base. Only the Alarthians are proud and strong. He tapped the tiles. Only the Alarthians have the integrity to. Kayley and I both instinctively stepped away, not wanting to get involved in the debate. Ajax was clenching his fists like he wanted to haul off and punch Nix. Nix had squared off as if he was getting ready to hit Ajax. I wondered if the pair of them were going to shift into dragon form right there in the dining room. I imagined their hot breath and bat-like wings. I could tell Kayley was sorry she had asked anything about the sacred Trinity. Her face was pale, and her eyes zoomed back and forth between Nix and Ajax. It was a blessed relief when a page entered the room and announced, "All bow for the presence of His Majesty, Shade the Magnificent, King of all Dragons." Nix and Ajax sprang away from one another, instantly sober and silent. They each bent a knee and lowered their heads. Kayley and I just stood there, completely at a loss. Until Ajax gave us an urgent look from under his dark brows. "Get down here." "What's going on?" Kayley whispered as we knelt by his side. "Are you deaf? It's His Majesty King Shade the Magnificent, King of all Dragons. He's coming." "So? Why are we?" "Shush," Nix hissed. Kayley gave me a look. I could tell she was trying not to laugh. But I felt scared and couldn't help wondering. The King of all Dragons was coming? What was he doing at this casual breakfast? Chapter 10. The king of all dragons entered the dining room accompanied by a procession of pages, all solemn-faced. They filed in, taking up spaces all around the table, cramming against the walls. Everyone was in their human guise, but I still recognized the dragon tribes represented in the throng. I don't know how it was happening, but I knew them all. Slender tines with their long limbs and big hands and feet almost like paddles. Swarthy moegs with their broad shoulders and sturdy legs. And of course, the simmering salamanders radiating heat, hostility, and power. The room quickly became crowded. Then it became hot. By the time His Majesty entered, I was feeling claustrophobic, kneeling between Kayley and Ajax, with several pages stuffed against the wall nearby. One of the pages shouted, in a language I didn't understand. Immediately afterward, another yelled, "You may rise," in exactly the same tone. Ajax and Nyx sprang to their feet. Kayley and I followed suit a little more slowly. I snuck a look at the king, who was tall, with iron-gray hair and beard. His skin had a grayish cast, indicating perhaps some salamander blood in his family tree. He was flanked by Princess Marianne and several other royal-looking personages, all looking superior. Everyone stood for a moment in silence. Kayley and I exchanged glances. Her expression was full of laughter and excitement. I could tell she thought this was tremendously exhilarating and fun. But I was scared again. What were we supposed to do? What if the king wanted to chop off our heads? What if all these dragon people suddenly switched their skins and ate us? Is that what an invitation to a royal breakfast had meant all along? The king began speaking in dragon language, all hisses and clicks. His dark eyes glinted under his thick brow, and I couldn't tell if he was angry or just very serious. He talked for quite some time while everyone in the room held perfectly still. When he finished, a page spoke in English. "His Majesty welcomes the human strangers to Alartha," the page said. She was tiny, pale-skinned, with shimmery blonde hair. I decided she was probably a clow. "He is honored to be in your presence, and wishes to know more about you. He asks that you be seated so the Alarthan Council might ask questions. He asks for truth in all these proceedings, for only through truth can we trust one another." Then the page said something that sounded like, "Care and Esau," and everyone in the room repeated the phrase, "Care and Esau." After that, Kayley and I were permitted to rise and ushered to a bench in front of the king. Somehow all the pages managed to whisk the table out of the way. Ajax gave me a worried look as I knelt again, Kayley by my side, this time directly in front of His Majesty. I felt very much like I was in trouble. It was the same feeling I had the one time I was dragged to the assistant principal's office, because he thought I had pulled a fire alarm. I hadn't, but the feeling of being unjustly accused, terrified, and totally confused was very similar. Once Kayley and I were side by side before the king, Ajax and Nyx took their places in the entourage surrounding him. Ajax stood between Princess Marianne and a tall, golden-skinned man on one side of His Majesty. Stone-faced, Nyx stood next to an imposing bearded man on the other. A lengthy interrogation proceeded. It went on for quite some time. The king would speak the dragon language, and then Nyx or Ajax, or sometimes the little cloud page, would translate everything he said. Then Kayley and I would answer, and that would entail a long translation for the king. It was an arduous process. But since it was pretty much what would happen if a foreign dignitary visited the president back home, I knew it didn't mean anything bad. Still, I found myself wishing I had had a chance to eat breakfast before the royal interview commenced. I would have gladly killed someone for a cup of coffee. The king did not seem concerned my about needs, however, or Kayley's or anyone else's. He just kept asking questions and looking at me with a bright, avid gaze while the room got hotter and people, dragons. They were dragons, got more and more restless. "His Majesty wishes to know how you arrived in Alartha," Nyx said after King Shade nattered on for a while. Kayley and I exchanged glances. She started an answer. "So, Carina and I wanted to do something special to celebrate graduation, and we—" King Shade held up a hand. "His Majesty would like the Lady Carina to answer," Nyx said. Kayley muttered, "Oh sure. My bad. Sorry," and gestured in my direction. My mouth went dry. Why did the king want me to answer? I glanced at Ajax, who gave me a small, encouraging smile, even as his dark eyes still telegraphed concern. Okay. I managed to speak, finally. Well? It was like Kayley said. We were looking for something special to celebrate our graduation. I told them about the random choice to go to Cumberland Falls, the strange music, the moonbow. I talked about running and then entering the cave, and seeing the glowing doorway. While I spoke, I was aware of murmurs and hisses all over the room. The Alarthans, those who understood English anyway, couldn't seem to resist commenting on what I said. When I mentioned we touched the glowing art and tumbled into the center park in Alartha, I heard gasps all around the room. The king held up his hand. There was instant silence. Nix translated my story. I could tell from his gestures he was describing the moonbow, and the cave, and finally our surprise arrival in Alartha. After he finished, there were even more gasps and exclamations as all the non-English speakers in the room now understood my story. There was a series of short questions and answers after that. As before, the king only wanted me to talk. Whenever poor Kayley opened her mouth to reply, he held up his hand and then gestured I should be the one to speak. I sent her an apologetic look, but she just shook her head, indicating she didn't care. The king's first question was, in the human world, are you an exalted personage? Naturally I said, what? Nix clarified. The king wishes to know if you are important. Of a royal family, like himself. Kayley gave a bark of laughter, and then clapped a hand over her mouth as Princess Marianne frowned in her direction. No, I'm not exalted. When King Shade heard the translation, he didn't seem to believe me. He spoke seriously and at length in a patient tone. Again, Nix translated for him. Please do not be humble. It does you no good to pretend you are base. Tell the king of your noble lineage, he said. You do yourself no favors by pretending to be less than you are. What stars were present in the sky at your birth? What magic workers tutored you in your youth? Stars? Magic workers? An unwanted bubble of laughter rose to my lips. I couldn't help it. I was thinking about loading the dishwasher every night with my aunt's homemade plates and cups. Or camping out in the sleeper cab of my uncle's big rig with Kayley when we were kids, curled in its little back bunk because we actually thought his truck with its shelves and mattress and big steering wheel was about the coolest thing in the world. I thought about splurging on fancy makeup at Merle Norman and eating Dairy Queen dip cones and carpooling to Girl Scouts in Kayley's mom's SUV, with all the stray Cheerios littering the back seat from Kayley's toddler sister's snacking. Exalted? Please. I was light years away from that. Just who did this king think I was? Kayley bent her head to hide a grin. Doubtless, she was picturing much the same things as I. Meanwhile, every truly exalted person in the room, real kings and princes, were waiting to hear something amazing about me. What could I tell them? I looked up and Ajax caught my eye again. One side of his mouth was quirked up in a smile, although still his brows were knitted. Well? I took a deep breath and set my teeth. Believe it or not, I don't, to my knowledge, have any royal lineage. I kept my gaze on Ajax. His was the only friendly face besides Kayley's. I never knew my parents. They were both killed in an accident when I was a baby. I was raised by my aunt and uncle. They're simply very regular people. My life is what you would call ordinary. Extremely ordinary. And by that, I mean seriously normal. There was another gasp from all the dragon people who understood English. And after the cloud dragon translated my words, there were more gasps from everyone else. Alarthans turned to one another and whispered as if I'd said something outrageous. The king took my news with a great deal of puzzlement. He beetled his gray brows and shook his head. He stroked his beard. Eventually he held up his hand again, and all the murmuring ceased. He asked another question, which Nix translated. If you are not exalted, and you have no magic tutors, then how then did you come to enter our realm? Well, wasn't that the question of the day? I wish I could tell you. I can only say I didn't mean to, I said. Kayley and I were just having fun. We went into a cave and we wound up here. Ajax, His Highness Prince Ajax, I amended, brought us here so we might go back home. We didn't mean to cause a problem. There's supposed to be a portal to the human world somewhere in this palace. And we'd be more than happy to go through it. Right away, if possible. Because we didn't mean to come here. It was an accident. Again, there was discussion among the assemblage. Again, there was translation. When Nyx got around to translating the king's reply to me, I was immediately not happy with the news. Of course there is a portal. Nyx had hectic color on his cheekbones, as if he was embarrassed or worried about something. Ajax stopped looking at me, and had exchanged a glance with the tall man next to him. And we will show you to it, Nyx went on. But not just yet. Your presence here is an honor and a splendid surprise. It is so seldom a human accesses our realm. His Majesty wishes to be in your presence a little longer. I looked at the king. He was trying to smile, and appear jolly and welcoming. But there was a tightness around his eyes and a line between his thick brows. I could tell he was baffled or angry or scared or all three at once. What was going on? There was obviously something Kayley and I were not being told. There was something about our presence here that was disturbing everyone, including the king. Why weren't they saying what it was? I decided to ask. Your Majesty, I began. But the king interrupted me. And to my surprise, instead of speaking Alarthan, he spoke in heavily accented English. He did not have much fluency with human language. The words stumbled from his lips. This you special, he said. And most honorful it is you are here. It you must stay for a night. One more night. We have to have a grand dance for your celebrateness. Exclamations or surprise and joy popped around the room, but Kayley and I stared. Stay? For a grand dance? Oh no. No gosh. I really can't do that, I finally said. The sounds of surprise changed to a restless murmur as everyone in the room stiffened or stepped back. Ajax's face tightened with worry. I kept talking anyway, babbling. Sorry, but my aunt will worry if I don't come home soon, and Kayley has a FaceTime scheduled with her boyfriend. Plus, we abandoned her car by the side of the road. And Pickle stands out, it's totally bright green, and someone might tow it, so we gotta go back as soon as possible. I have a job, a summer job at an ice cream place that starts soon, and I have to pack for college, so. I was aware of the king frowning, and everyone else in the room either taken aback or whispering fiercely. I was aware of Kayley looking at me with a horrified expression on her face, Ajax shaking his head ever so slightly, Nyx with darker spots of color on his cheeks. Still, I kept talking, making excuses. Finally, I trailed off, belatedly realizing I was turning down a dragon. I was rejecting a dragon king's expression of acceptance and welcome. I was telling a dragon I didn't want to go to his party. I was being incredibly stupid, in other words. Ajax spoke up, echoing my thoughts. Carina, the king is throwing a ball in your honor, he said. And you do not refuse an invitation from His Majesty. You understand? But I really just want to go home. A hubbub rose around us, people exclaiming and muttering. The king looked stricken. Carina, Kayley muttered by my side. Pull it together, okay? But I want to. He's a king. You get it? He has supreme power here. Right now, he wants to throw you a party, instead of tossing you in a dungeon or eating you for his dragon dinner. For Crimini's sake, say yes to the freaking party before he changes his mind. I'd much rather have pickled toad than die. Courtiers, attendants, and pages were still talking. The king was blushing a deep red. Had I embarrassed him by turning down his offer? Me, the ultra-ordinary teenager from Louisville suburbs. With a pang, I realized I probably had. After all, the king had this idea I was exalted, and had an important lineage. As ridiculous as it seemed, I had no doubt deeply insulted him by turning down his invitation. Not really knowing what to do but acting on instinct, I stood up. There was instant silence. I stepped forward. I wondered exactly how many royal etiquette rules I was breaking at that moment. Probably a bunch. Standing in the presence of the king without permission. Stepping towards him without an invitation. Speaking to him directly and staring straight into his eyes. Oh well. Your Majesty, I am sorry, I said. My voice probably sounded very loud in that quiet room, but at that point, I could hear only my terrified heart thundering in my ears. I am unsettled and uneasy, because this is all so strange to me. You must believe it. Your Majesty, I am in fact so very ordinary, so thoroughly unexceptional. I have never been in a palace before. I have never met a king, much less His Imperial Majesty, the King of all dragons. I have never fallen into another world. And so I don't know how to act or what to do. I apologize if I have committed an offense. I'm ignorant and base. And very scared, sir. Very scared. Ajax translated my speech. He gestured gracefully. I saw the king's expression soften a little. Nyx was still looking at the floor, obviously deeply embarrassed for me. But Ajax was smiling again. I figured I must be on safe ground if he was smiling. Unless he was a psychopath. I beg you forgive my reticence and my rudeness, Your Imperial Majesty. I kept talking. I truly meant you no dishonor. And of course, I would be deeply gratified to be your guest at a ball tonight if it is your wish. Only then did I step back and kneel in my spot next to Kayley. The room remained absolutely silent. Everyone was looking at the king to see his reaction. Only Kayley looked at me as I sat by her side. She mouthed the words, "Nice save," and took my hand tightly in her own. We waited for what seemed an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds. I wondered if everyone around us was going to take off their clothes, change into dragons, and eat us. At the thought, a bubble of hysterical laughter welled up in my throat. Kayley must have been thinking something similar because her hand gripped mine tighter and tighter, and she folded her lips over her teeth. Then the king said in English, "Apology accepted." A ragged cheer went around the room. The king added, "Let festival begin." Princess Marianne looked disappointed. Nyx looked relieved. Ajax just kept smiling. Kayley's tight shoulder blades relaxed. Meanwhile, I was filled with questions that couldn't be answered. Why did the king only want to talk to me? Why did he insist I must be exalted and special? Why did everyone act so weird when I mentioned the portal inside the palace? And why did I feel like the ball in my honor was just an excuse to keep me here, instead of a genuine celebration? Judging from the infuriating smile on Ajax's lips, he probably knew the answers to at least some of those questions. And as soon as I could, I was definitely going to ask them. Chapter 11. Shortly after the announcement of the impending ball, the assemblage filed out of the room. The king went first, and was soon followed by his entourage of attendants and advisors. Part of me felt very relieved to see them go. But another part of me was filled with dread. Because of course, Kayley and I were now staying in Alartha and going to a ball later. So sometime in the near future, we would be surrounded by even more shape-shifting dragons. And the king would be there again. The king who had likely lied to me, and who was trying to keep me here, even though I didn't want to stay. My gaze settled on Ajax. He was speaking in Alarthan to the golden-skinned man who had stood by his side. They seemed to be having some kind of argument. Ajax kept shaking his head. The golden-skinned man put a hand on his shoulder. "Come." Nyx was suddenly near. "I'm to show you and Lady Kayley around the palace, now." "But what about Ajax?" Nyx glanced at him. "He is needed by his father at this time." "Oh, so that's Ajax's dad?" Kayley nodded at the big man, who was now guiding a reluctant-looking Ajax out of the room. "His Highness Prince Axel Griffon," Nyx said. "My father's younger brother." He gestured at the big, bearded man he had stood near him. He was also filing out the door and gave Nix a piercing glance. And that is His Highness Prince Grey Griffon, my father, the king's brother. The austere Prince Grey gave us a solemn nod, then exited. Come, Nix said, his voice sounding a little hollow in the suddenly emptied chamber. And I will show you around. Hold on, Kayley said. No offense, Nix, but we were supposed to get breakfast and I'm kind of starving. Before we go tramping about the palace, could we possibly eat? The red spots of color appeared on Nix's cheekbones again. He looked down, embarrassed. How could I forget? I am sorry, he murmured. Of course you must eat. Come. He led us towards the abandoned table. Kayley picked the covers off some of the dishes and sniffed them. I gather the king doesn't pay a visit to this dining room very often? No, he never has, Nix said. This event was unprecedented. So, why do you think the king came today? She had found some maca and pinched a few wafers, sitting at the table. I really couldn't say. Nix shifted his eyes. Oh. You couldn't say? Kayley gave him a hard look as I sat beside her. I can't speak for the king. Right. Kayley munched her food and swallowed. But I mean, usually if a couple of stray human girls show up in Alartha, the king doesn't make a great big deal of it, crash a breakfast and then announce a ball. No. Nix stared at the table. The king doesn't usually submit some poor human girl to the third degree either, right? I don't know what you mean by that. She snorted. Come on. He only wanted to talk to Carina. He insisted she must be exalted. Why? I'm sorry, I don't know the king's thoughts, Nix said. Right, Kayley said. Big secret. Fine. She took a bite of her maca. Okay, well, if you won't tell me anything about Carina, will you at least tell me where I can find a cup of coffee in this joint? Or is that privileged information too? At that, Nix laughed. It turned out they didn't have coffee in Alartha, but they did have something called Duggan water, which had a stimulant in it similar to caffeine. After drinking a cup each, Kayley and I felt more alert and refreshed. I managed to eat a little food, but I had trouble getting most of it past the lump of worry in my throat. Something significant was going on, but no one seemed inclined to tell us what it was. All I knew for sure was the king of all dragons didn't want me leaving Alartha. Why not? Nix didn't say anything about it. Instead, he named all the food on the table, from little plum-like fruits called battles, to sordid cakes made from a leaf that tasted exactly like hamburgers. Kayley tried everything with enthusiasm. I choked down what I could. After breakfast, Nix made good on his promise to show us the palace. Kayley and I dutifully followed him from room to room. What else could we do? But to be fair, the palace was beautiful and interesting. And if I hadn't been so worried and confused, I might have even been dazzled. By day, the wall decorations were even more beautiful than they had been at night. The powerful golden sunshine made all tile mosaics more vivid, from cool turquoise to blazing orange. Gilded archways gleamed. Silver accents shone. Every room had a different vivid color theme: celery green, deep scarlet, riotous yellow. Each floor of the palace was surrounded by a sumptuous terrace with fountains and beds of flowers. Elaborate wire cages hung from posts outside at regular intervals. I expected to see canaries inside them and was stunned and a little disgusted to see giant beetles instead. They were dark green, lozenge-shaped, and many were long as my index finger with hairy crawly legs. They skittered all over one another, busily munching on white papery leaves. You. Kayley shuddered when she looked in one of the cages. Why do you have pet bugs? They are not pets, Nix said. They are haydew larvae. Soon they will make cocoons and then grow into haydew moshes, and will help the flowers grow. Like butterflies? Nix shrugged. He probably knew as much about butterflies and Kayley, and I knew about haydew moshes. Well, Kayley said, peering in a cage with a grimace, I'm gonna say they're like beautiful butterflies. Because otherwise I'll just be grossed out. Nix took us through a splendid empty throne room. We passed by a gigantic ballroom too, right next to another terrace, where a score of pages were busy sweeping the floors and setting up giant urns of flowers, presumably preparing for that night's ball. Across a terrace, and down a hallway from the ballroom, we had to squeeze by a small group of studious-looking people lingering in a corridor. They all had long, serious faces, and were filing into a small room with a low doorway. One of them I recognized as the cloud translator, the girl who had stood near the king in the dining room earlier. She looked up as Nix, Kayley and I passed by, and then turned away quickly. "What's behind that door?" Kayley asked casually. "Nothing," Nix said with similar studied nonchalance. Kayley and I exchanged glances. Obviously, there was something really important behind that door. A little later, she sidled up to me. "You think it might be the portal in there?" I nodded. "Let's try to remember where it is." "Fat chance. This place is huge." "It's near the ballroom. Maybe we can get to it tonight." By then, we had worked our way to the bottom floors of the palace, and Nix was leading us out to a courtyard. It had sandy stone walls all around. The sun lit them, turning them a warm golden gray. Inside the courtyard, I was surprised to find young pages lined up. They were shooting at a row of targets with bows and arrows. Kayley nudged me. "Check it out." I couldn't help being interested. The pages were all tough-looking young men and women with grave faces. They were overseen by a dark-skinned salamander man with deep red eyes. I watched as he barked an order, and all the pages pulled back their bowstrings and let their arrows fly. Seeing their shooting, Kayley stifled a laugh. I couldn't help exclaiming in surprise, too. The archers were very disciplined and earnest, but they were all horrible shots. Arrows went everywhere except at the target. It was like a comedy routine. "We do have trouble with these foreign instruments of war," Nix explained as the pages fired off another ill-aimed round. "This is elf magic, you see," his mouth turned down in distaste, "and Alarthans do not fight with such things. We use our claws and teeth instead." Kayley looked at me and grimaced, telegraphing a clear message: dragon claws and teeth. Eesh. "Why learn to use bows and arrows at all then?" I asked. "For sure your claws and teeth are enough to fight with." Nick shrugged. "So we might know our enemy better, and fight more effectively in the war. These elven weapons," disgust was evident in his expression, "are the ones that pierce us and kill us the most. Our commanders believe we must try to use them in order to devise ways to protect ourselves. Do you agree? Should Alarthans shoot bows and arrows?" He inclined his head. "I think it's a waste of time. Our eyes are different from the elven eyes. We do not see the world the same way the elves, or even the humans, do. So we cannot shoot their silly weapons." It made sense. A dragon flew in the air like a hawk. A dragon probably dove on an enemy with great accuracy, just as a hawk would. So a dragon must have intense visual acuity. It could very well be that the Alarthans had different eyesight from humans or elves, even in their human form. But still, I knew eyesight was such a small piece of archery. There were so many other things that could mess up your aim. "Carina's an amazing archer," Kayley offered. "Maybe she has some advice." Nix's head swiveled in my direction. "You are an archer?" He sounded doubtful and a little grossed out. "But humankind doesn't fight with these anymore. Do you?" "No. That's ancient history. But archery's still a cool sport, and I'm pretty good at it," I admitted. Nick still looked dubious. Kayley huffed and said, "Seriously, show him Carina." I started to demur, but Nix was already striding over to the red-eyed commander. He spoke to him briefly, and the next thing I knew, a page was handing me a bow and arrow, and everyone else was stepping aside. "What if I miss?" I said in an undertone to Kayley. "Just show them what you're made of, girl." Her confidence in me was boundless. She sidled up next to Nix and gave a thumbs up. I appreciated Kayley's faith, but it was really not easy to pick up a strange bow and shoot it straight. Bows are complicated instruments, and a good archer has to spend time calibrating theirs, sometimes using weights and stabilizers, sometimes using breathing and relaxation exercises to avoid what we call target panic. I could tell as soon as I picked the bow up that it had been clumsily made, and it wasn't well balanced. "I'll need to shoot a few arrows to get used to this," I said to Nix. He held his hands out as if to say, "Do whatever you like." The red-eyed commander smirked as if to say, "I know you're a weakling and fraud." The commander's expression helped me forget to be afraid. Instead, I got mad. Taking aim at a target became just like any other contest. My competitive spirit unfurled. The confident, strong athlete part of me took over. My focus became laser-like. My mind went cold and clear. I just wanted to win. "I don't think dragon eyes are the whole problem," I said as I took up the bow. I made my voice loud, so the pages and the commander could hear. In fact, visual acuity should be an advantage in bow hunting. I notched an arrow and drew it back. But archery is not about eyesight. It's about balance. That's the thing everyone forgets. Sighting your target is important, sure. But providing a strong base for that shot? That's crucial too. I aimed and let the arrow fly. It went wide. That was fine. I'd learned something about the bow. Always make a strong base with your body. Having made an adjustment to the string, I grabbed an arrow and took aim again. Open your hips and get comfortable. Confidence is everything. I let the arrow fly. It zipped closer to the target. An admiring murmur sprang up among the pages. The commander drew his brows down and folded his massive arms. Kayley just smiled. I made another adjustment to my bow and took up another arrow. It looks like you just pick the thing up and shoot it, but there's so many hidden steps. Stance, mental form, pressure, bow balance, string serve. It's all part of the package, no different than attacking from the air, I'm sure. Each of you is different, with different balance and abilities. Same with the bow and arrow. I relaxed, focused, and shot once more. This time, I hit the target. It wasn't a bullseye. I'd need to do a lot more practice with this bow to get there. But judging from the cheer that went up from the pages, it was a better shot than anyone else had achieved in Alartha that day. Even the red-eyed commander looked grudgingly impressed. "Told you," Kayley crowed. She ran up to give me a high five and hug me. The pages followed. They were excited and wanted to ask questions. I did my best to answer. But even as I demonstrated my stance and talked about bow balance and spring tightness, I was aware of Nix and the red-eyed commander. They stood close together in the corner of the courtyard, talking intently and giving me glances. Nix was excited. He had those red patches on his cheekbones again. He gestured in my direction and smiled as if he were pleased. The commander looked speculative, like he was sizing me up. But he seemed pleased as well, nodding and narrowing his eyes. What were they talking about? Was Nix just impressed with my shooting demonstration? Or was he discussing something more with the commander? Fear and worry made my neck tighten. Had I made a terrible mistake by doing an archery demonstration? Was my shooting prowess something the Alarthans wanted? Would they try to make me stay in Alartha and coach their archery teams? It seemed likely, judging from Nix's avid, happy looks. I thought of that low doorway we had passed earlier, the one bit the ballroom, that Kayley and I suspected might lead to the portal between worlds. I decided Kayley and I needed to sneak back there as soon as possible. Because no way was I staying in Alartha and helping them fight a war with the elves. Chapter 12. After we left archery practice, Nix escorted Kayley and me to another courtyard, where clay tiles for mosaics were being made. This was interesting but a little alarming because dragons, real scaly dragons with big glowing eyes and sharp teeth, were busy blowing fire on trays of ceramic tiles. The fire made a roaring sound that was surprisingly loud. It made conversation difficult too, so I couldn't ask Nix any questions about what had happened in the archery courtyard. Still, the demonstration was interesting. Alarthans in human form were busy making wet clay into tiles of various sizes. These were laid out in perfect rows on trays. Big lines of Moog worker dragons shot fire from their mouths, bathing the tiles in pure heat. The whole patio smelled of smoke and hot earth. The plain, newly fired tiles were glazed by more workers, and fired again by the furnace-like Moegs. This process looked especially startling, since the glazes appeared to be various shades of gray until the fire swept over them. Then they transformed into bright blues, greens, and pinks. It was like a magic trick. Kayley actually laughed and clapped her hands the first time it happened. Of course, I couldn't help thinking of my Aunt Amy and her pottery studio. She would be so interested in this firing process. She would want to know all about the temperature of the dragon's breath, and whether or not they controlled it internally or just randomly sprayed heat and hoped for the best. I could imagine her picking through the gray glazes, asking how they were made, frowning with concentration at every explanation, a smudge of clay on her cheek. I felt a little pang of worry and loss too. Was Aunt Amy wondering about me? Did she think Kayley and I should be home by now? After the tile demonstration, Nix led us back into the palace. He was talking about clay, how pottery, tunneling, aerial warfare, and stonework were really the strengths of the Alarthan civilization. Our people don't make music much as yours do. Nor do we write books or tell stories. I think I mentioned, we're not creative so much as traditional. Nix's chest swelled. You speak about tradition with a lot of pride, Kayley said. Why not? Tradition holds a civilization together. Tradition makes us great. Nix puffed his chest out further. But tradition can hold you back too, I said. He scoffed. Hold us back from what? From innovation and change. From progress, new ideas. I thought of my world history class and my teacher, Miss Clatham. Take the Ottomans, for instance. They ruled the known world for a while because they innovated. They invented a new kind of warfare. They were at the forefront of mathematics, science. They advanced communication, trade, and community. But then they became complacent and stopped progressing. Their whole civilization fell because they refused to change. They relied on tradition alone. History shows, people who don't innovate are people who die out. Nonsense. Nix's face was red again. Look at the elves if you want to see a civilization brought down by so-called innovation. He scowled. Their magic has become dangerous and dreadful. Their innovation is killing the thing that makes them strong. Meanwhile, our history is proud because of our adherence to tradition. Moreover, he added, we are innovating. We are trying to understand elf weapons, for instance. You saw that yourself. Again his mouth turned down at the mention of elf weapons. But you don't have any respect for the elves or for their weapons. That's clear too. Why should I respect them? Maybe because they're effective? Maybe because you fear them? Dragons don't fear anything, Nix said. Well, you must fear elves if you spend all your time thinking about how to defeat them. Nix shook his head. You don't know anything about it. You've been here barely one day and you come off. But No, Nix said, finishing the conversation. The tour is over. You must go back to your quarters and get ready for the king's ball. Now. With that he sped up, leading Kayley and me down another long, opulent hallway. Someone's a little sensitive, Kayley murmured as Nix pulled ahead of us. You mean stuck up? Oh, he has to be, Kayley said. He's what? Third in line for the throne? I turned to her. Huh. I've been listening. His dad, Prince Grey, he's second in line, the younger brother to the king. That puts Nix real close to the throne in terms of succession. So he's just bound to be more serious than someone like Ajax. I looked at Kayley with admiration. I'd forgotten about that. Well, I come from a military family. We think about rank all the time. She frowned. But what I'm curious about is that prophecy Nix and Ajax were arguing over before King Shade tromped in and interrupted them. The three races thing. Elves, dragons, and people. Yeah. Kayley nodded. I have a little theory about that, but I need to know more first. It was on the tip of my tongue to ask, "What's your theory?" But just then, Nix led us back into our guest room. I was surprised and a little alarmed to see Ajax waiting for us there. He was lounging on a cushion, one arm flung under his head, dark hair rumpled, but he jumped to his feet as soon as Kayley and I entered the room. He bowed extravagantly and said with mock formality, "Lady Kayley." "Lady Carina. I trust my pedantic cousin didn't bore you to death." Nix looked huffy, but Kayley laughed. "It wasn't boring at all. It was really cool. I'm glad to hear you liked it. What did you think, Carina?" He turned to me with a bright glance. "The palace is beautiful. And Nix took us to see some tiles being made. Sounds riveting. Well, I liked it. I grew up around pottery." Kayley added, "Carina impressed the heck out of your archers too." Ajax nodded, his face blankly charming. "Well, how nice you enjoyed, Nix. Still, you look sun-dazzled. I hope you're not too exhausted," he said to me. "No, I'm." Ajax ignored me, passing me by to address Nix. "I'll take over from here, cousin. His Highness Prince Grey would like to speak with you." Nix nodded. "Of course." To Kayley and me, he added, "I'll be back to escort you to the ball." He bowed and left. Ajax waited a few seconds until he was out of earshot, then said, "Okay, really? Was he a total bore, or did you actually have a good time?" Kayley assured him we actually did, and even started to describe my archery demonstration, but Ajax waved his hand. "I've heard all about it already. The whole palace is talking. Carina has only been here a few hours, and already she's a celebrity. The human who can shoot like an elf. Is it true you hit 3 bullseyes in a row?" "I didn't hit one." "Well, that's not what people are saying. They think you are a marvel and a miracle. And I wouldn't be a bit surprised if the king himself brought a bow and arrow to the ball tonight for a personal demonstration." Kayley laughed. "I hope he doesn't. That sounds gauche." "It does. But perhaps you noticed the king is a bit single-minded." Ajax rolled his eyes. "It's the nature of kings, I'm afraid. All concerned with people's lineages and ancestry and place in the succession. It's a big deal to him. Maybe to everyone." He sent me a quick glance. "About that," Kayley started. But I interrupted her. "Ajax, where's the portal?" The question took him aback. He flinched, and a shadow crossed his handsome features. But he recovered quickly, smoothing over everything again with a chuckle. "Are you so concerned with leaving us, Carina? And before the ball, in your honor?" "I don't care about the ball. And I want to go home, yes. I've said so many times." Again he looked pained for a brief second. But then his face became a mask of calm politeness. "Well, I hate to disappoint you, but I'm afraid I'm not permitted to show you the portal just yet. I have instead been asked to deliver you some gowns and make sure you have everything you need for the night's festivities." "Ajax," I began. "The king commands me. I must do as he asks or risk his displeasure." Ajax added in a lower tone, "You too should tread carefully, Carina. This ball may not seem important, but I assure you, invoking a dragon's wrath is a very serious matter. The king is not above following you into your world. He could hurt you and your family for insulting him." His eyes flashed and his face was grave. "Don't forget what Ilarthans are. We are welcoming to you now, but that could change at any moment and in the worst way." I felt a creeping cold. Striding through the sun-drenched halls earlier, I had almost forgotten. Everyone here was a dragon. And I shouldn't trifle with or underestimate them. And I couldn't depend on Ajax, could I? Because he was a dragon, too. Still, I asked, is the king planning to make me stay longer? Is anyone ever going to show me the way back? I half hoped Ajax would make a joke again. But he didn't, and that scared me even more. Instead, he bowed his head and looked at the floor. Silence spun in the room. Even Kayley was quiet. At last, Ajax spoke. "Carina," he said carefully. Just enjoy the ball tonight, and don't think too much about the future. Yes? Focus on pleasing the king. Truly, he holds your fate in his hands. A sound made Ajax look up. He caught sight of someone entering the doorway. His face cleared. A genuine smile brightened his features. Ah! Here she is, he exclaimed. Kayley and I turned to see Nessa entering the room. She came accompanied by 2 other pages, who appeared to be buried in folds of colorful cloth. Your party clothes have arrived, she announced excitedly. Real human dresses. Look how beautiful. And I must beg my leave now. Ajax bowed with a flashing smile. He joked, I assume you don't want to change your clothes in front of me. I know how sensitive you humans can be about nudity. And before I could say anything else, he was gone. Chapter 13. Nessa and the other attendants tossed an array of gowns on a bench. Some were filmy. Some were satiny. Some poofed and others floated. Every single one was beautiful. Where did these come from? I went over to finger the cloth. I thought you Alarthans didn't make elaborate dresses. We do not. Nessa sighed longingly. But we do have collections of human attire. It is necessary for visits to your world. The palace has scores of things in storage. She blushed. Sometimes I just like to look at them. They are like flowers and stars and hey-do moshes. Kayley was bending over a stack of dresses. So you Alarthans go to parties in our world, like the Met Ball and stuff? She pointed to a sequin tulle confection. Because these are designer. That's a Pamela Roland. And this amazing embroidered floral number underneath it, dang. Thought so, is Oscar de la freaking Renta. And this blue number that's Marquesa straight off the runway. She held up a dress of the deepest blue, with twinkly jet and silver beads, like a wearable night sky. Nessa nodded. Yes, of course. Alarthans visit your world often. And they go to fancy dress balls? Nessa nodded. Yes. It is the best place to look for, she stopped herself. The best place to look for? Kayley repeated after a second. The best place to look for friends, Nessa said carefully. Your world is part of the sacred trinity after all. So of course, our people visit from time to time. Kayley gave me a look. Aha. Say, what is that sacred trinity thing anyway? Someone mentioned it this morning, but there wasn't any time to really learn about it, especially the part about the prophecy. Nessa glanced at the 2 attendants who had brought in the dresses. They now stood silently by the doorway to our room. They had the very serious faces and steely gazes of soldiers at attention. They also had the simmering, lethal energy of salamanders. My belly went cold. I realized they were guards, not attendants. And there could be no question about whom they had been sent to watch over. Nessa was saying, I will be happy to tell our honored guests all about our visits to the human world and the sacred trinity, but first you must bathe and get ready for the ball. The king has commanded it. Kayley looked at me and quirked an eyebrow. It was clear Nessa was under orders not to tell us anything. Plus, someone was trying to keep Kayley and me in this room. They had even sent salamander soldiers to make sure. We were prisoners, in other words. Kayley turned to Nessa with a bright smile. Well, I can't wait to try these dresses on, Nessa, she said. But maybe you've heard Carina and I are shy about getting naked? So if you don't mind stepping outside the room while we change and stuff, that would be much appreciated. We humans have weird body customs. Oh. Of course. I will come back shortly. And with one more longing glance at the gowns, Nessa scrambled out the door. I watched the guards file out behind her. But they only went a few steps, before positioning themselves at attention again. They were definitely sent to make sure Kayley and I stayed in our room. I turned to Kayley to ask her what we should do, but she was already shedding her clothes. She gestured with her chin that I should join her in the green tiled bath. So I stepped out of my own clothes and kicked them aside. They were already dusty again from our visits to the archery courtyard and ceramics studio. The water was warm and smooth, like before. Outside on the terrace, a hot breeze blew. The big gold sun had lowered in the sky, making everything around us look dipped in honey. Dragons zipped and floated in the air above. Kayley and I sat side by side on a tiled bench and spoke in low voices. "They're keeping us prisoners," I whispered. "Think you're right. They're trying to be nice, but I get the feeling that could change at any time." I felt panicked, looking at the wheeling monsters in the sky. "Kayley, what are we going to do? Do you think they mean to eat us for dinner or something?" She shook her head. "No, we're definitely not on the menu. I don't get the feeling anyone's eating us." She craned her neck to make sure the salamander guards, just outside the door, weren't trying to listen to our conversation. Kayley lowered her voice even more. "But they're dang interested in you, Carina." "Why?" "Not exactly sure yet." She frowned at the pile of beautiful clothes. "But I wonder if it doesn't have to do with why these dragons have been trawling fancy dress balls in our world. That, and their prophecy or whatever." "I don't care about their prophecy." "Doesn't matter." "They do. And right now they're in charge." She splashed her face and neck with water. "And right now, I think the best tactic is to be as charming as hell and not let on we suspect anything. Just be a couple of dumb redneck chicks out to party." Another breeze gusted. Above us, a dragon wheeled. Was it watching us? Listening to us? "I think we should try to get to the portal, Kayley. I think we should try to escape. We don't know for sure that little doorway we saw leads to it. We need to chance it. I don't think they're going to let us go." "Okay. But there are guards watching us right now." Kayley indicated the guards with an eye roll. "So we have to play along." "But Carina." She trailed a finger thoughtfully through the water. "We have to be careful. You saw those dragons firing those tiles with their breath earlier, right? That was some serious freaking heat." I shivered. "Yeah. And that's all the more reason I want to go home soon. They might actually do something bad to us here, but I don't think they're gonna attack us in Kentucky, no matter what the king said. They've kept themselves a secret from the human world for centuries now. They visit our world disguised as humans. Why change that? Don't you want to find out what they want from you? Why they want you to stay?" I shook my head. "Nope. Carina. I don't trust them. I don't like the way they're keeping things from us. Why not just tell us everything? What's the big secret? Even Ajax is being all closed mouth. And Nessa. If it helps, I don't think those two want to be. Either way, there's a conspiracy and I don't like it. I don't trust these Alarthans. Especially that king." I shivered, even in the warm water. "Let's just try to get out of here. They said we only have to stay one more night." "Do you believe them?" Kayley glanced again at the guards again. A shadow crossed her face as a dragon flew over us. She looked up at the sky. "Okay." A second later, she pulled herself out of the bath and wrapped herself in a fresh towel. "But I, for one, am super glad I get to wear an Oscar de la Renta before I make my escape attempt. Because I mean, when the heck am I ever going to get a chance to wear a $10,000 gown again? Am I right? Talk about your fairy tales." The warm breeze on the terrace acted as a natural hair dryer. Kayley finger-combed her curls, so they lay in shining ringlets to her shoulders. My auburn hair dried to a straight sweep down my back. We spent some time bending over the pile of sumptuous party clothes, choosing our gowns. In the end, Kayley forsook the cherished floral de la Renta for a beaded yellow gown that swept over her curves. For me, she picked out a glorious green mermaid cut dress, with silver beads dripping in stripes from top to bottom. "Shows off your hair and your shoulders," she murmured. "And that little waist of yours." "My shoulders are too broad." "They're perfect. And your arm muscles are awesome. Shut up and hold still while I deal with your hair." Kayley had discovered a bag of beaded clips and satin ribbons tumbled amongst the ball gowns. "I sure hope we find some shoes soon, she added as her fingers threaded a silvery ribbon through my locks. She kicked out her foot so I could see it with its chipped red nail polish and a blister on the heel. Does this foot scream, I need a pedicure, or what? What about my big ones? I held out my own feet, spreading the toes for effect. Fit for paddling in pools, not so much for royal balls. She laughed and finished tying off the ribbon. All right, let's go look in at ourselves. She padded to look in the brass mirror, pulling me with her. Oh, will do. I thought so too. Our reflections were blurry, but I could tell we both looked good. The green dress set off my red hair and pale skin. Meanwhile, Kayley was like an adorable sunflower, golden. I'm glad you're here with me, I said. I'm still scared, but at least I'm not alone. Are you kidding? A magical trip to a dragon palace? Wouldn't miss it for the world. Kayley patted my shoulder. Now come on. Let's go remind these beasts that human dresses are all well and good, but do they really want us dancing with the king in bare feet? Chapter 14. When Nessa came to check on us a short time later, we reminded her about needing shoes. She looked perplexed and worried, ran off, and then came running back a little later with a bulging drawstring sack. Here are shoes. But we must hurry, she said. Kayley grabbed the bag and dumped out a small mountain of colorful wedges, high heels and pumps. It took her no time to find a cute pair of gold strappy heels for her own tiny feet, but my monster swimming paddles took some time. Honestly, Kayley said as Nessa wrung her hands and I crammed my big foot in shoe after shoe. What did you do for prom? I don't even remember. Really? Alexis Cartwright couldn't get over it. I wore my cowboy boots. Kayley giggled. That's right. White ones. Polished and everything. I looked ruefully down at my heel, spilling over a gorgeous Jimmy Choo. Meanwhile, any other kind of women's shoe and I look exactly like one of Cinderella's stepsisters. I sighed. Think I should wear my Adidas? No. Or at least not until you try these. Kayley held up a pair of silver ballet flats. Not the most elegant things in the world, I know, but passable. I snatched at them. Believe me. They don't make elegant shoes in my size. I slipped them on. Nessa looked eager. Kayley only quirked her eyebrow. I wiggled my foot experimentally and winced. They pinch, but I can manage as long as no one asks me to dance. Nessa let out a huge sigh and then urged us to our feet. A second later, she was hustling us past the stone-faced guards, down a glittering hallway and into an airy loggia. Through archways, I could see the big sun boiling into the horizon. Purple shadows streaked the sky. The night was almost upon us. Nessa escorted us into a small, decorative room. I was very surprised to find Ajax and Nyx waiting there. They stood by dim lamps, dressed formally in flowing silk shirts with bands of gold around their heads. Don't you boys look handsome in your crowns, Kayley joked as both of them bowed extravagantly. She curtsied back and laughed. Your Highnesses. I curtsied too, but I didn't pull it off as well as Kayley did. I was too busy looking at Ajax. His golden skin and broad chest were set off perfectly by a flowing chocolate-colored shirt. The crown glinted in his dark hair. He tossed his head as he came up from the bow. His smile was full of wicked glee. Kayley, Carina, you both are more beautiful even than Haydu Moshe. His eyes almost glowed as they swept over my green and silver dress and settled on my face. No Larthan can compare. His gaze held mine. He seemed almost serious. I felt my lips curve in a smile, and a host of butterflies, maybe even Haydu Moshe, took flight in my stomach. Nick stepped forward, blocking my view of Ajax. We have gifts for you, he said, very formal and grave. He held out a necklace dripping with beautiful, iridescent gems. For you, Lady Carina. Ajax held out a similar necklace to Kayley. For you, Lady Kayley. Kayley and I exchanged glances. I saw her give me the slightest shrug, and then we both turned so the princes could place the gems around our necks. 1,000 thoughts fluttered through my mind as Nyx's hands hovered near my throat. Were these gems really a gift? Or were they some kind of tracking device? Would they act as a shock collar and stop us from leaving the palace grounds? Or was I just being completely paranoid? And for some reason this bothered me the most of all. Did it mean anything that Nyx had presented me with the necklace instead of Ajax? I looked over at Ajax. He was gravely fiddling with Kayley's clasp while she held her golden hair off her neck. He finished fastening and stepped away. His eyes met mine again, but they were no longer laughing. Instead, his expression was unreadable, and his face a quiet mask. Lady Carina. Nyx held out his arm. We must process. Behind me, Ajax was already holding out his arm to Kayley and she was taking it. So I grabbed Nyx's forearm, wondering why I felt a stab of jealousy and disappointment. Did I really care if Ajax escorted Kayley into a room? Why should it matter? It didn't, I told myself. And anyway, there was really no time to ponder it. Because suddenly, we were passing through an archway and into the ballroom. I had to catch my breath. The room had looked beautiful before, earlier in the day, with its intricate gold, orange, and yellow decorations and arched ceiling. But now pots of white and yellow flowers blossomed everywhere, and the air was filled with the sound of tiny bells. I saw gorgeous golden shapes, a little like soap bubbles, floating in the air all over the room. I gasped at the loveliness of it. The Haydu Moshe, Nyx murmured. I believe I mentioned them? He held his hand up, and one of the golden bubbles landed on it. Up close I could see it was a small creature, delicate as a feather and like a tiny armored fairy, with a golden body and whirring wings. Those crawly bugs change into these? Kayley breathed behind me. She sounded entranced. Totally awesome. I take back everything I said about them. They are not gross at all. A cough echoed through the room, and I stopped looking at the Haydu Moshe and instead became aware of all the dragon people all around us. There seemed to be hundreds, every one of them staring, their faces rapt. All along the walls, I glimpsed dozens of menacing-looking salamander guards too. They were in their human form, mostly naked, muscular, and imposing, with their telltale glowing eyes. I was suddenly very glad Nyx's rock-hard bicep was helping to hold me up. My knees went watery with anxiety, but I managed to totter along, clutching his arm. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Everyone in the room was a dragon. I could picture all of them popping out of reality, and then popping back in as seething giant reptiles and had to repress a shudder. Were they licking their chops and nudging one another? Would they really deck me out in these pretty clothes, only to eat me? Was this beautiful ball going to become a scene of ritual human slaughter? King Shade sat impassively on a throne on an elevated dais at one end of the room. Next to him was his queen, a rail-thin woman dressed in bright white with a very red mouth. Nyx steered me towards them. Don't forget to kneel to the king, Ajax whispered behind me. Kayley snickered, and their laughter unwound me a little. When we reached the throne, I dutifully knelt in my gown, a feat I was able to carry off rather well since I was wearing flats. Judging from Kayley's whispered curse behind me, she was having a little trouble kneeling in scrappy sandals. Despite the dire situation, I had to duck my head to hide a smile. Your Imperial Majesty, Nyx announced. May I present Lady Carina and her companion Lady Kayley, who are very much honored to attend this event. There was a long silence. Kayley and I glanced at one another while keeping our heads bowed. We were both wondering the same thing. What happened next? You may rise, the queen intoned. Unlike the king, she spoke very good English. I could hardly detect an accent at all. When I stood, she held out a tiny hand to me. It was dripping with heavy rings. Come closer to me, Lady Carina. I advanced towards her outstretched fingers. Did she want me to take her hand? I couldn't tell. I looked back and caught Nyx's eye. He nodded ever so slightly. Swallowing my intimidation, I turned back to the queen. I touched her fingers with my own. Immediately, she snatched at my hand with surprising strength. I stifled a gasp. You told the king that you are a personage of no consequence, she said, still gripping my hand tightly. I did. Her eyes flashed. You never met your true mother and father? I don't remember them. What was going on? Her gaze was icy, intent. Her grip was almost painful in its tightness. Gazing at her white hair, her delicate features, and cold, assessing eyes, I realized she was Clow and probably an empath. Was she trying to gauge the truth of my statements? You have no connections to a high-ranking military officer? A landed duke? A contessa? A king? No, your majesty, I answered. My uncle's just a trucker. My aunt makes pottery. It's Kayley's dad, who used to be a captain in the Air Force. The queen completely ignored Kayley. Her gaze never wavered from my face as she asked, then how can you wield the elf weapon so easily? She meant the archery display earlier, of course. Ajax had mentioned the stories about it had spread throughout the palace. It's just a hobby. It's just for sport, I said. I don't shoot people or even animals, and I've never been to war. This seemed to satisfy her. She released my hand and stepped back, nodding at the king as if to say, she's not lying. We're good. The king nodded back at her and then smiled at me. I saw he wore a big, shiny necklace around his neck. It looked a bit like a pharaoh's collar, thick with elaborate beading and chunky stones, all marked with a symbol like an X. King Shade saw me looking, and his smile broadened. He winked at me like we had shared a secret. Then he lifted his chin to address the assemblage, and said something in Alarthan. It must have meant something like, let the festivities commence. Because music suddenly flooded the room, and conversation sprang up. People started mingling. The party had begun. Chapter 15. Nyx grabbed my hand as a crowd surged around us. What's going on? I asked. He propelled me forward. You must greet our guests, he replied, steering me to another elevated platform where a line of people was already forming. But what about? I turned to see Ajax guiding Kayley away. Her yellow back was right beside his brown one, as they threaded through the throng to some food tables along a wall. Ajax's dark head bent to say something to her, and she laughed. Kayley looked over her shoulder at me, and gave me a sympathetic smile. Then she turned back to Ajax, who was already filling a plate with food. Once again, everyone was ignoring Kayley. Only I was garnering attention. Why? Lady Carina, Nyx said. He was pulling me onto the platform. A second later, I stood by his side with a sinking heart. A long line of people snaked through the room. All of them wanted to greet me. It appeared so, for an elderly woman had already approached and was curtsying deeply in my direction. I nodded my head at her, feeling acutely uncomfortable. Why curtsy to me? What was going on? When I looked at Nyx, his face was blank. The elderly woman rose, her expression beatific. She said something in Alarthan, which was soon translated by Nyx. She wants to express her joy at your arrival in our kingdom. I had no idea what I should say in reply. Thank you? Nyx's smile was thin. We say Haydu Rissa. It means gratitude. Haydu Rissa. I tried out the syllables. I must have pronounced them correctly because the elderly woman bobbed her head, delighted, and glided away. Immediately, someone else took her place. It didn't take me long to feel like I had been saying, Haydu Rissa all my life. I repeated the words dozens of times, as dozens of people came up to Nyx and me. Almost all of them said the same thing, which I came to learn was, joy at your awaited arrival I am feeling, or sometimes joy is yours at your awaited arrival I am hoping. Occasionally, I would get a glowering look and what sounded like a muttered curse. Nyx told me that translated into, to see your true colors I am waiting. But I was pretty sure the words meant something a little blunter. Something along the lines of, try something kiddo and I'll eat you like a bag of candy corn. While I thanked guest after guest, I tried to keep an eye on Kayley and Ajax. They floated around the room, golden and gorgeous, like a couple of Haydu Moshe. Kayley tasted the food, flirted with handsome dragon boys. She visited the orchestra, tucked in a corner, and talked to them for a long time. The orchestra played a variety of instruments I didn't recognize. The music was weird too, a mix of styles just like the architecture and decoration. I thought I heard Middle Eastern chords jumbled with Latin rhythms. At one point the orchestra even sounded like a small jazz ensemble, but one that had decided to riff on Tchaikovsky. Once it began, the dancing was very fun to watch though. Alarthans didn't dance so much as parade around, making a series of patterns, shapes and movements as a group, a bit like synchronized swimmers or a marching band. Spiral lines of people gave way to little circles which dissolved into squares. These wove in and out of one another, and turned into lines again that turned into symbols. From my perch on the elevated platform, it looked beautiful and surprising. I wasn't the only one mesmerized by it either. Up above the dance floor, the Haydu Moshe grew still and hovered in place like a mass of shimmering golden balloons. Are the Alarthans dancing for their Haydu Moshe? I asked Nix, in between muttering my thanks to all the people still greeting me. Yes, they are. Nix nodded, glancing up at motionless golden beings before nodding at another guest. We do not dance for our enjoyment as your people do. Alarthans always have a real purpose to our actions. He puffed himself up, clearly once again proud of his people's industry. We dance for the Haydu Moshe, so they will help tend our crops and flowers. It is all a time-honored symbiosis. He added, but we shouldn't chat, Lady Carina. Duty requires us to continue greeting our guests. So I turned back to the line of people and muttered Haydu Rissa over and over, trying not to envy Kayley, who clapped her hands at the dancing and drank from a pottery cup Ajax offered her. I really hoped he wasn't offering Taryn water. By the time the last person in line had spoken their respects or muttered their suspicions, I was hungry, tired, and getting cranky. Nix must have noticed my flagging energy because he said, "Why don't you stay here while I get you some food?" I wanted to eat, but I also knew any opportunity to escape needed to be grabbed and fast. I really need the facilities, I said. Can you tell me where? The red spots appeared on Nix's cheeks. Of course. Over there. He indicated an archway. Meanwhile, I will fetch you some refreshment, Lady Carina. Haydu Rissa, I pronounced gravely, and he smiled. As soon as Nix's back was turned, I rose. Right away Kayley glanced over, her gaze glinting. Clearly she had only been biding her time, being charming and curious while waiting for a signal from me. When I started towards the archway, Kayley casually went that way too, pretending to enjoy the dancing, and the hovering Haydu Moshe, appearing as if she hadn't noticed me moving at all. In this way, each of us threaded through the crowded room, past the lethal gaze of all those salamander guards and into an adjacent hallway. Once through the archway, Kayley grabbed my hand. She hustled me down a hall and through another archway. I think I know how to get us outside with no one seeing us, she whispered. I pretended to feel faint, and did some investigating earlier. You pretended to feel faint? She shrugged. I've taken drama class. You just flutter your eyes and swoon. Anyway, after they left me alone, I found a kind of steward stairway and I think it leads to that little room. She shook her head. I'm not sure though. Do you remember where it is? Just that it's near the ballroom. But we gotta try to find it. Kayley, I'm beginning to think they're not going to let us go. She nodded, yeah. I think so too. Stuff is getting weird. She yanked me down a corridor. But the door Kayley thought was the right one turned out to lead into a water closet. We paused there to take off our elaborate necklaces. Beautiful as they were, we had no way of knowing if they had some kind of tracking device or gave off a sound only dragons could hear. We left them on a counter, then dashed down a corridor trying doors on either side. The corridor led to a terrace and an outdoor garden. This isn't right. I think I hear someone coming. Kayley's eyes were big. Come on, we got a jet. She pulled me into the garden, under the blue night sky. Once more, Kayley and I found ourselves fleeing through Alartha in the moonlight. We scanned for places to hide from soaring dragons in the blue night sky. But this time we were wearing flimsy ball dresses, ones that wanted to snag on branches and trip up our feet. At one point, Kayley paused in the shadow of a box-like hedge to kick off her shoes. High heels, Kayley moaned. Bad choice for escape. I agreed. I shucked my own slippers. I hope there aren't any thorns. She craned her neck to see if guards were following. How long you think before they find us? Few more minutes, maybe. Will they come for us as dragons? She sounded shaky. I nodded. I think some will. I would send dragons after us. They can cover more ground and grab us more quickly. She grimaced. Best plan is to get back inside that palace then. I know it sounds stupid, but it'll be harder for them to shift into giant dragons there if we stick to tight corridors and stuff. People, we might be able to dodge. Right? But dragons? Good plan. Girl, I know how to strategize. We started running again, our bare feet making no sound on the paved pathways. This time, we tried to aim for the palace again, but any speed and stealth we might have had was immediately erased by the party dresses, which still snagged on branches and kept threatening to tangle around our legs. These dang things are better than a ball and chain, Kayley whispered as she paused to free a piece of floaty yellow tulle from a branch. That's probably why we were told to wear them. We circled the palace as best we could, staying in the shadows of trees and flower beds, looking for an unguarded doorway. But salamanders in terrifying dragon forms were lined up everywhere. More and more dragons wheeled in the moonlit sky. No matter which way we turned, Kayley and I saw claws and teeth. They know we're on the loose. And they expected an escape attempt. I groaned. There were not as many guards posted this morning. Not by a long shot. Oh, Kayley. What do we do? I don't know. She sounded almost as panicked as I felt. I thought frantically. Turn ourselves in and pretend it was a joke? Try to make our way back to the park and look for the portal that brought us here? Attempt to overpower the guards? Each choice seemed riskier and more ridiculous than the last. Then a strange voice behind us spoke. Ladies. You can come with me. Kayley stifled a scream. I turned, trembling. A slender woman stood in the shadow of a tree. In the deep blue dark, all I could see was silvery hair and big eyes. Who are you? I managed to ask. Someone who cares. And I know what you seek. I can help you, Carina. Since my name had recently been announced to a ballroom stuffed with people, the fact that this woman knew mine was not surprising. But what did she mean by help? You can get us to the portal? Take us back to our world? I asked. I can do that. Kayley and I looked at one another. Could we trust her? I felt like everyone in Alartha had lied or held something back. What would make this woman any different? Kayley must have decided we couldn't dilly-dally, because she scurried over. I followed, one eye on the dragons wheeling above us in the moonlight. We must be quick, the woman said. Even now, a dozen salamanders are threading these paths, hunting for you. I could imagine salamanders in human form, eyes glowing like flames as they stalked through the groves and paths, ready to shift as soon as they caught sight of us. Where is it? The portal? And how can you get us there? I don't need a portal, Carina. The woman touched her collar, where a jewel glinted. I only need this. Now. Come closer. They are nearly here. The expression on her pale face was urgent. Kayley stepped close. Then she reached out and pulled me close. And before I could react, the woman touched the jewel at her throat, and a glint shimmered in the air all around. For a moment there was a sensation of being lifted, like being at the top of a Ferris wheel right before it plunged down. Then I was tumbling onto a dusty stone floor, coming down hard on my elbow and knee. I lay there, stunned and aching. Ow crap, Kayley moaned, sounding like she banged something too. Where are we? I blinked, trying to assess my surroundings. Were we back in the cave at Cumberland Falls? It felt like we might be. The surface beneath my body was soft, but it smelled faintly of earth and water like a cave. The idea I might be home in my world flooded me with relief. It was exquisite. If we were back in a cave at Cumberland, the adventure was over at last. Pickle was parked just a short way away. Kayley and I would have a dewy hike back to it, in bare feet and ball dresses, but soon I would be eating breakfast with my aunt and uncle. We would tell them about the moonbow, but nothing else. I could forget about salamander guards and freaky dragon boys and kings who kept secrets. Kayley was saying, "Miss Clatham? Is that you?" Right away, all my relief was replaced by amazement and fear. "Miss Clatham?" I opened my eyes. We were not in the cave at Cumberland. We were not anywhere I had ever been before. And sure enough, Miss Clatham, my high school history teacher, was right there in front of Kayley and me. She had somehow appeared in Alartha to help us. What? Panic made me cold. My skin seemed to shrink. What in the blue hell had Miss Clatham been doing in a palace garden in Alartha? And where in bright blue hell had she taken us? Chapter 16. Miss Clatham? What? I sputtered. I could not believe my eyes. Miss Clatham, my high school history teacher with her blonde hair and green eyes, was picking herself up off a strange and spongy floor. We were not in the cave at Cumberland Falls. We were somewhere else, a room very big, judging from the way our voices echoed. In the dim light, I could see what looked like a huge marble pillar nearby, glowing faintly with a greenish light. What is going on? Miss Clatham had shown up in a magical dragon land. I wouldn't have been more amazed and puzzled than if I found a priceless emerald ring in a McDonald's Happy Meal. "Hello, Carina, Kayley." Miss Clatham was casually dusting off her robes. "It's nice to see you both after all this time. Of course, I realize this comes as a surprise." A surprise? I almost choked on my anger. What in the absolute F? She held up a hand. "And I'm sorry to reveal myself in this sudden way. I had imagined something very different. A private talk, at least. Perhaps many private talks. I was, in fact, planning on inducting you at college next year. But you jumped into Alartha, and then I needed to get you away from those beasts as soon as possible, so I—" Any attempt to explain herself was promptly overrun. Kayley and I surged to our bare feet. Questions came thick and fast. "How do you know about Alartha? How did you even get there? What about college? Where are we now? Why aren't we home? What in the hell is this?" Please, Miss Clatham begged. "I will explain, I promise you. But you have to calm down and be quiet." "I don't want to calm down," I shouted. "I've been lied to and kept a prisoner and chased by salamanders, and I feel—" I know. You feel betrayed and you are confused." "Yes, all of that." Miss Clatham was trying to make her voice soothing. "Well, I'm glad you trust me enough to shout at me at least. It means I did one thing right." That brought me up short. "Excuse me? What do you even mean?" "I'll tell you in due time," Miss Clatham said. She was calm, matter-of-fact, the way she had always been in the classroom. But I'd rather we were more comfortable. Where else should we? I know Kayley had had supper at the ball. But the dragons didn't give you any food since breakfast, Carina. How do you know that? You must be hungry and tired. Let's get something to eat, and I will try to explain what's going on. She started to lead us away, but I stood my ground. You were at the ball? Miss Clatham stopped. Yes, of course. I put on a glamour so no one recognized. And you didn't say anything to me. Carina, I didn't want to be discovered. If anyone had discovered me, they would have? Why? Why were you there? She sighed as if exasperated. Because I was protecting you from the dragons, Carina. And I have been trying to protect you for a very long time. Miss Clatham gave a frustrated gesture. Look. I will tell you what you need to know, but just come, please. We are safe for the moment. You need food. You need rest. Let's see about getting a little of both, shall we? Part of me wanted to stay stubbornly glued to the spot and throw a tantrum like a toddler. This was exactly the sort of thing people had told me in Alartha. Half a story and no real explanations. Let's eat first. You must need to rest. Not until tomorrow. But another part of me knew I should listen to Miss Clatham. I did trust her. At least a little bit. Certainly more than I did King Shade or Nyx or even Ajax. I struggled to swallow my rage and I followed her, my teeth clenched. The land we had come to was strange and beautiful. The floor on my bare feet was soft and squishy like I was walking on a giant corkboard. Miss Clatham led Kayley and me by glowing pillar after pillar. As we passed each one, the pillar would flare with a faint green light. It would stay bright only long enough for us to pass it. Then another pillar ahead would come to life and cast a glow. In this way, we made our way through a huge space. The light was only ever bright enough to walk safely. I couldn't see what sort of room we were in, or even how long the pillars went on. Judging from the echoes around us, the room was very big. Where are we? My voice echoed. We are in the land of Dryodalis, in the great hall of the Gloriana Phalacite, Miss Clatham's voice echoed eerily. In the what now? Kayley asked. Now ow, echoed around the space. In the grand palace of the elves, Miss Clatham said. A pause and then, the elves? As in, the elves the Alarthans are fighting? Miss Clatham inclined her head. For a moment, I felt like I was back in history class, listening to her answer a question about the Great Schism or Russian Revolution. In the thin green light, I could see her pale pretty face had the same thoughtful look, and her voice took on the clear expressive tones of a storyteller. What you see around you, she said, gesturing, is the last grove of Luxorobors, the great Dryodalis trees of light. They are or were the lifeblood and support of the elves. I looked around at the big columns, soaring up around us like part of the Louisville Waterworks temple. These were trees? They were so smooth, so straight. I reached out a tentative hand to touch one and was surprised to feel warm wood instead of marble or stone. I thought they were like buttresses, Kayley said wonderingly. But this is a forest? Yes. A very old one planted and nurtured nearly 10,000 years ago. Miss Clatham said. Once upon a time, this magical grove stretched for hundreds of miles in every direction. You could walk for 5 days through it and never see the end. It's too dark to see right now, but up above, the leaves and branches weave together to form a barrier that keeps out rain, snow, and wind. Underneath our feet, the tree's roots form a vast network of intelligence, magic, and support. The Lux Arboris are home, food, safety. They are the strength and center of my people. Her voice dipped a little in tone. But now they make up only one small grove. And all the trees here are dying. She dipped her chin. Most of the treasures of our world have been destroyed. Our world? You're an elf? I asked. Miss Clatham turned to me. Yes, Carina. For you may know me as Miss Clatham, but in this place I am called Aster of Clan Voridis. I am of Dryodalis. I felt a wave of dizziness rush through me. Finally I asked, why is my world history teacher an elf? My heart was beating very fast. Because of you, Carina. I have been watching you, and helping care for you all of your life. At this Kayley made a sound, half groan, half sigh. It was like some troubling question had finally been answered for her. But I just stopped in my tracks. You've been watching me all my life? And caring for you, yes. What do you even mean by that? I could hardly choke out the words. All the breath had gone from my lungs. My head felt fuzzy. I wondered if I might faint. Miss Clatham straightened her shoulders. The light of a lux tree shone on her face, bathing it in eerie green light. When you were a baby, I cleaned your house as Willa Thomas. Her face transformed into that of a strong, dark-skinned woman. I felt a flash of recognition deep in my center, even as a kind of crawling terror took possession of my skin. Later I was Derek Summers, the fellow who lived next door. Immediately, her face changed to that of an elderly man, one I remembered wearing a sun hat and pruning roses in the yard next to mine. He used to offer me oatmeal cookies, And one year he bought 100 raffle tickets for a school fundraiser. I was Petty Mankowitz, your babysitter. Her features morphed to a familiar snub nose and freckles, that of my sunniest, funniest caregiver, a high school girl who taught me to make puppets and took me to the pool in the summertime. I was your swim coach and your karate sensei. Suddenly she had the lean, greyhound face of Diana Stillwater, my swim coach, and then afterward the stern features of Michael Ikeda, my karate instructor. And of course Miss Clatham, world history teacher and archery enthusiast. Her face rearranged itself into the familiar pale and pretty countenance. I struggled to breathe. It was hard for me to describe my feelings at that moment. Amazement was there. Recognition was there. Some of it was pleasurable, nostalgic. But mostly I felt swept by a profound sense of loss and betrayal. Each person Miss Clatham showed me had been someone I had trusted and relied upon. Each person was someone I had loved. It was a horrible shock to find out every single one of them had lied to me. I didn't know what to do. All I could think of was getting away. I did not want any of this to be true. Carina, Miss Clatham asked her. Petty? Mr. Summers reached for me but I dodged. Don't touch me. I know this comes as a shock. A shock? A freaking shock. I was screaming. A lux tree flared ahead as I strode away, fists clenched. But you have to understand, again Miss Clatham, sensei? Miss Willa. Coach grabbed for me. No. I do not have to understand anything. I had to protect you. I had to. Why? Why did you make my whole life, my whole freaking life, a complete joke? I didn't make it a joke. Quite the opposite. No. None of it's real. You understand? My life is not real. I felt completely empty, like all of my insides had been scooped out, and I was just a hollow shell, a nothing girl in a green ball gown, red hair tumbling, impossible flipper-like feet slapping on the ground as I walked away. Had anything in my whole life ever been mine? Had I been manipulated from the moment I was born? Did Aunt Amy and Uncle Leo know about this too? Were they just mask wearers like everyone else? Carina. Listen, Kayley spoke. She was suddenly by my side, eyes wide, sequins shining on her pretty yellow dress. She turned me to face her, holding my shoulders tight. I'm real. I'm real, you hear? Your whole life can't be a lie because I'm not anyone else, and I've never been anyone else. I'm just dumb old Kayley, I swear it. And I've never hidden anything from you. Her hands were warm and her eyes were wet. And I'll tell you, I know your Aunt Amy and your Uncle Leo are themselves too. And so are all the kids we went to school with, Tori, Davis, Mac, and Alexis. Your life is not a lie. Not all of it, anyway. This, whoever this is, she gestured at Miss Clatham, asked her. Whoever. She is not everything in the world. I'm here. And I'm your best friend. And I always have been. I always will be. I started to cry. Maybe part of it was a reaction to all the horrible tension of trying to escape Alartha. But I also felt real grief. It was like I was saying goodbye to everything I had believed in, everything I had taken for granted, from gravity to the sunrise, to my own name. Who am I? I asked through my sobs. Kayley hugged me tightly, but it was Miss Clatham who spoke. You are Carina Serpens of Clan Ignitha. And you are a princess of Dryodalis and the sole heir to our throne. Things weren't just half bad. They were real bad. Princess? Wait. What? Chapter 17. I knew it, Kayley murmured in my ear, still hugging me. I knew you were special. That's why those dragons wanted you to stay. They knew too. When she pulled away, her expression was scared but also excited and proud. Her eyes sparkled. She had looked exactly the same as the day I broke the school record for the 200-meter butterfly. I just goggled at Miss Clatham, number. Aster of Clan Vidrus, I reminded myself. I am an elven princess. The syllables were meaningless. I might as well have been saying, blue macaroni forget-me-not, or sacred avocado rides a black camel. Aster simply sighed. It seemed the best way to keep you safe from the dragon horde. They knew about you, of course. You were heir to our throne, the last of Clan Ignis. They never wanted you to ascend. So we hid you in the human world in a humble home, really nowhere special. Just exactly the sort of place where the Alarthans, with their hierarchies and traditions, would never think to look for you. Because they would assume I lived in an exalted position. My voice was toneless. Yes. Alarthans don't have the imagination to think of anything else. To them, Carina Serpens is royalty, so you simply must be living like royalty. Aster's smile was grim. For almost 2 decades, they have been secretly donning their human skins, visiting the human world to attend every red carpet opening, fete, fundraiser, state dinner, coronation, and royal ball they could find in the human world. They were always looking for you. Which explains all those awesome ball gowns, Kayley muttered. You need the latest style to blend in at the Met Gala. Aster nodded. But they never found you. Because the whole time, you were safe in suburban Louisville, living the one thing they could never imagine or accept, a perfectly ordinary life. Seeing shows at the Palace. Eating supper at the Mussel and Burger Bar. Playing Marco Polo at the Hardy Lake Beach Summer Fun Club. Kayley couldn't seem to get over it. And all the time you were a princess. She kept shaking her head and smiling. And I watched over you, Aster said. I saw to your education. And I made sure those nasty lizards didn't find you. And they didn't, until now. She turned and began leading us through the Lux Grove again. Come. We need to keep moving. Even now, they are looking for us. Aster swept through the shafts of light. My feet followed her, automatically. Kayley took my arm and walked by my side, perhaps intuiting how much I didn't want to be alone. Aster continued talking, but I couldn't really take in anything more. I was too busy reviewing my life, all the facets of it that seemed so ordinary on the surface, but now seemed so chillingly deliberate and purposeful underneath. It had been my babysitter Petty Mankowitz, Aster, I reminded myself, who had played mathematics games with me, and first suggested to Aunt Amy that I take lessons at the karate dojo down the street. And it had been Miss Clatham, Aster, who had introduced me to archery and encouraged me to join our school's Model United Nations. And it had been Mr. Summers, Aster again, who had advised Uncle Leo that I be taught to swim as a toddler, so I'd never be in danger of drowning. It had been Miss Clatham, Aster, who had first taken me to an archery range. You've been training me. All my life, you've been training me to be a leader. And a warrior? My throat was so tight my voice sounded like a croak. Kayley, still padding by my side, squeezed my arm tight. I had to be certain you had the skills you needed for the job you were born for, Aster said. And the plan was always to bring you here after your 18th birthday. Plus, to keep the Alarthans from killing you, of course. They want to kill me? For a moment, I didn't believe it. I'd been in Alartha for nearly 2 days. I thought of Ness's beatific enthusiasm and Ajax's sardonic grin. Had they really wanted me to die? But then I remembered King Shade asking me all those questions about whether or not I was exalted. I remembered all too well the interest I stirred when I gave an archery demonstration during Nyx's palace tour. They must have suspected I could be an elf. Certainly, they suspected there was more to me. Perhaps all along, they had been planning to kill me once they made sure of my identity. The Alarthans weren't sure what you were, Aster said as if she could read my thoughts. You showed up in their land, a stray human, and once everyone figured out Prince Ajax didn't bring you there for fun and games, they knew you had to be magical somehow. But before they killed you, they also needed to know for sure if you were Carina Whitlock, champion swimmer from the heart of America, or Carina Serpens of the elf clan Ignitha. So they kept delaying sending you home, hoping you'd give yourself away. Aster shook her head. Honestly, when I realized you had slipped through one of those dragon portals on your graduation night, I thought I had lost you forever. She sighed. It was a close call, wasn't it? You knew we fell through? I always know where you are, Carina. Aster must have seen something on my face because she added, generally speaking, I'm not spying on you. I wondered what else you would call always knowing where you are, but before I could say anything, Kayley had jumped into the conversation. If you knew we were there, why didn't you come and get us right away? I tried, Aster said. But that meddlesome princeling got to you first. And of course, he took you straight to the king. She sounded bitter. His Highness Prince Ajax. Had Ajax really been taking us to the king? I thought of his charm, his smile, his good nature. I couldn't see it. But he was a dragon underneath it all. So maybe he had been lying all along. Once you were with him, Aster said, I could hardly barge in the Alarthan palace and demand you come back home with me. My powers are considerable, but they run more to spying and glamours. I cannot face down dozens of salamander guards or fire-breathing dragons. Almost none of us can. She shuddered. My heart was still twisting at the thought of Ajax's possible subterfuge. Had he really only pretended to be charming the whole time? Had he lured us to the palace, meaning to keep Kayley and me prisoners from the beginning? The more I thought about it, the more it seemed possible. And the idea made me feel so lost and frightened, I almost stopped in my tracks. Everything inside me was turning into ink and sorrow. Ah! Here we are at last, Aster said. Up ahead, 2 glowing lux trees framed an archway. She headed towards it, picking up her pace. The forest of lux trees has a way to a room, very different from any in the grand palace of Alartha. There were no lush decorations, no ostentatious displays of wealth. No bustling pages polished the floor or swept the corners. No courtiers or attendants whispered. Instead, the space was spare and quiet, like a church. It was beautiful, though. One giant lux tree cast a bright glow over the whole space. It must have been a very old and powerful tree, for it beamed enough light to brighten all corners. I saw the walls were a tangle of tightly woven branches that twined in braids and intricate patterns, all in shades of green, beige, and dark brown. The color grew darker and darker towards the top, until the ceiling coiled in ropes and vines of deepest black. It was a little like we were standing under a giant, upside-down basket. The bowl-shaped ceiling sprouted swinging vines, festooned with tiny glowing pink flowers. They hung, twinkling and trembling. I could smell their perfume, strong and sweet like oranges. Wow, Kayley whispered. The room was filled with the kind of beauty that revealed itself gradually, like a sunset. The more I looked around, the more entranced I became, noticing new details. The floor, still soft and springy like cork under my bare feet, flickered with tiny darts of light, thread-sized bursts of lightning that crackled here and there. A stone fountain bubbled by the lux tree, making the air moist and cool. The fountain formed a pool, and then a stream that flowed across the middle of the room. Woven bridges spanned it, so it would be no trouble to walk across without getting one's feet wet. But the water looked so sweet and cool, I longed to wade in. My soles were sore from a long flight through the palace gardens of Alartha, and I knew the stream would soothe them. I was just getting ready to peel myself away from Kayley and plunge in the stream when she pointed to a corner of the room. A kind of table was there. It grew from the floor and formed a low platform of thick, shiny green leaves. On it was an array of what looked like fruits and nuts. Even in a haze of fatigue, anger, and sorrow, I felt hungry. My stomach growled. Aster said, "Let's eat," and led us to the table. On the surface, the feast was very simple: a few fruits, some nuts, and deep draughts of water pulled from the fountain. But each bite and swallow was like eating the richest, densest chocolate cake, or drinking the sweetest, most refreshing juice. I was soon filled from top to bottom with strength and a strange calm. It was like every molecule of my body had been bathed in grace. I was very grateful for that feeling too. It provided a wall against the tidal wave of betrayal and sadness that also swept me. Because of the calm brought on by the food and drink, I was able to focus and listen to Aster's stories about the history of her world and its war with the dragons. Once we elves lived in peace with Alartha, she told us, passing me a platter of nuts that, broken open, tasted like the best vanilla pudding ever. As shapeshifters, the dragons had access to many worlds, and they always came to them seeking the same things: invention, innovation, creativity, problem solving. You see, Alarthans have very limited capabilities. They are like machines. They can destroy but never build. They can bear witness, but they cannot feel love or grief. In short, they are reptiles, not people. We didn't understand this at first. Astor's words were tinged with a kind of weariness and bitterness that suggested years of futile negotiation. It was the same way a bewildered parent might talk about a vicious, psychopathic child. I don't understand why he wants to torture small animals and inflict pain. I've tried so hard to teach him to be good. But he just keeps wanting to kill things anyway. But I was remembering Ajax's winsome charm, Nyx's telltale blushes, and Ness's surging enthusiasm. Not all Alarthans were like machines. Some of them were even hopeful, charming, and sweet. Weren't they? I kept my own counsel about this, though. The food was like a drug, cooling my passion, opening me up so I could listen without arguing. And I didn't think Astor wanted to hear about how nice some Alarthans were. She was clearly steeped in her own prejudice, every word from her mouth as bitter as a strong tea. Their world was in disarray. She went on with her story. And even they came to understand that constant competition and ruthless, ravening exploitation of resources wasn't going to serve them in the long run. They needed to build a civilization, instead of constantly hurting one another with their cruel dragon games. So an envoy of Alarthans appeared in our land, seeking magical aid. Their shape-shifting abilities gave them access to multiple worlds, and they were exploring all kinds of ways of life, all kinds of cooperation. Humans had already taught them the joy of making things. In return, the dragons lent their strength and aerial talents to help them build temples and monuments all over, beautiful cities on almost every continent. So that's how the pyramids got built, Kayley said. Dragons? Of course. And Stonehenge. And Easter Island. And Machu Picchu. Yes. The dragons had learned creativity from the humans. And they wanted to learn magic from us. Once we understood what the dragons needed, we elves gave our help willingly too. Did they learn magic? Astor paused to bite into the flesh of what looked like a blue plum. I already knew from tasting one myself that it was like a ripe sweet papaya bathed in tart lime juice. No. Our magic is tied to this earth and everything natural in it. But we could help them with their own nature, teach them farming and food production the API's way. The dragons had laid waste to their fields. They were snarling over a smoking ruin like the beasts they were. We helped them set up a system that was not all exploitation and competition. Astor lowered her head. We taught them nature's symbiosis, the give and take of life. How to nurture. How to give thanks. Kayley gasped. You gave them the Heidu Moshe. Didn't you? Astor nodded, her green eyes bright. Yes. That was our gift to Alartha, and we gave it freely. We taught those savages how to cooperate with the Heidu Moshe, how to nurture their larvae, how to nourish the nymphs with dance and music, how to take the shells they shed and plow them into the earth to grow crops. All of this we did freely, for it is in our nature to teach and spread peace. And in return for restoring their land and health to them, the Alarthans repaid us with death. Destruction, said a new voice. Kayley and I turned. A man had emerged from the wall of branches. At first I thought he might be part of the tree, for he looked as if someone carved him from wood. His skin was brown and smooth and patterned with whorls and knots like a finely polished bowl. But a second later he moved, and instead of being stiff and unyielding like a branch, he stepped with supple grace. He wore a simple robe, just as Astor did, with a glittering brooch on the collar. Astor had leapt to her feet. Cairn, she said, bowing her head. You honor us with your presence. Kayley and I had risen too, automatically. It was impossible to sit in the beautiful wood man's presence. But he merely waved a hand. Sit, sit. There is no need for this, he said in a deep voice like wind in a forest. I will not have Carina Serpens and her friend bow to me. It is I who should be bowing to you. And then to my amazement he did bow, and even kissed our hands. Welcome, Princess. Welcome, Lady Kayley. I am Cairn, guardian of the last grove. I am so relieved and happy to finally greet you both in person. Chapter 18. Kayley and I stared at Cairn while he sat down at the leafy table and nodded at Aster. You have been trying to catch them up with our history? Yes, and I had just gotten to the Alarthans' attack. The Alarthans. He shook his head. You girls were lucky to escape them with your lives. To repay our kindness with war. He trailed off like he still couldn't believe it. Then he breathed deeply and told the rest of the story. There had been free and easy congress between Alarthans and elves for years. The elves had helped repair Alartha's imbalances with cultivation and renewal. They had brought Alartha back from the brink of disaster. Why would the elves be preparing for an attack from their allies? We were in the middle of our annual grand feast of communion. Cairn spoke as if he still couldn't believe it. It is one of our most revered days, wherein we celebrate the powers of the elements of magic. Silva, Terra, Calum, Apis, Acra. His voice vibrated with amazed sorrow. Every citizen of the elf kingdom was singing praise, preparing together to honor the natural elements when suddenly he closed his eyes. The entire canopy above them had burst into flames. At first, the throngs of elves underneath thought it was the fire that roared like a beast. But it was actually the furious battle cries of seething dragons who were dive-bombing the elf kingdom, burning their magical trees. It was pandemonium, Cairn said. All of our people were confused and frightened, rushing around. Some dropped to the ground. They were trampled by others who ran shrieking from the flames. Still more caught fire and burned. I should tell you, not many of our kind are able to handle fire. Though part of natura magic, fire is unpredictable, swift. Almost no elf can capture or control it. Your mother could and kept her head, of course. I interrupted. Wait. My mother? You knew my mother? Cairn turned to Aster. Did you not tell her who she is? Of course. Carina Serpens, princess of... But what does that have to do with my mother? Despite all the soporific food and drink, I was on my feet screaming. The word mother always had been something of a trigger. It usually filled me with hysterical hunger and longing, often followed by sweeping sadness. Your mother, Cairn said gently, was my queen, of course. I was her guard. She was the world to me. I stood struck dumb. I couldn't even move. This man with his seamed face and strong-looking body had known my mother? Kayley pulled me back down to my seat and shoved a cup of water my way. I took it and drank automatically. Cool calm seeped through my flesh and I was finally able to say, You knew my mother. Very well. My mother was not human. She was an elf, and she was a brave and beautiful queen. I could hardly breathe. The lump in my throat was the size of a grapefruit. Cairn resumed talking. Your mother was an Ignis, a worker of fire magic. Very rare. Very powerful, he said. To be able to command such a volatile element. He shook his head. I cannot tell you how treasured she was. Gemma Gloriana of Clan Idris. What happened to her? She fought the attack alone at first. And I don't know what would have happened to us if she hadn't. Aster added. You understand, every member of our population participated in the Feast of Communion. The point of the whole ritual is right there in the title. So everyone was there in one place, our elders, our youth, our rulers, our priests. The dragon's attack was positively diabolical, designed to do maximum damage, wiping out almost our entire population with the one natural element most of us cannot handle. Pure savagery, Cairn said. But your mother could repel the fire, and used all her magical strength to shield us. She held off the dragons here, in this very place. Cairn swept his hand around the space with its swinging vines of flowers and tightly knit branches, keeping intact this island of peace and goodness. At the sight of her strength, her resolve, the rest of us quelled our fears and mustered our forces too. Together we repelled the invaders, barely. And we have kept them away for almost 2 decades. He sighed. But the damage was significant. So many died. And we have never recovered the losses. And my mother? My voice wobbled. What happened to her? Tears were pouring down my cheeks. Kayley sniffed. She was crying too. Aster sighed. Cairn briefly folded his lips into a thin line, then continued. Defending our people had weakened her considerably. His voice was laced with sympathy and grief. Your mother never really recovered from the attack. Or the betrayal. She had befriended many of the Alarthans. She treasured the bond and friendship that united both peoples. To find out it was all a lie, and that all of us had been double-crossed. There was silence while I took it in. I looked around the area with new eyes. Had my mother really been here? Fought here? Then maybe died here. I could almost see her, like a dream. She would have dark red hair and pale skin, like mine. She would not be afraid of the fire, even as it blazed from above, snapping and roaring. Looking up, I realized the blackened ceiling was not decorative. The woven branches had been scorched. Had my mother really used magic to quell those long-ago flames? And as if the dragon attacks have not been bad enough, our people have begun to fight one another now as resources grow scarce. Cairn's sonorous voice was sorrowful. We are not only at war with the dragons. We are at war with one another. In some ways we have become what the Alarthans once were, savages living by tooth and claw. A once proud people, peaceful and generous, brought low. His eyes glinted as he looked at Kayley and me. I am so glad the long wait is over, and you have finally arrived, Princess. Now that you are here, all will be well. I wanted to ask, why would I make everything better? But I was suddenly finding it very hard to focus. All the calming sips of water must have been catching up to me. It was like I'd taken a sleeping pill. I could barely keep my eyes open. I managed to glance sidelong at Kayley, and saw she was nodding off too. Ah, this sometimes happens to those who have never drunk our water. I heard Aster say from a very great distance. Alarm blazed through me, but it was distant and muffled. I knew I was scared and worried, but I couldn't seem to do anything about it. I tried to get up from the table, but I couldn't move my limbs. What was happening? The dizziness will pass, but you must sleep now. I will take you somewhere where you can be comfortable. Strong arms swept me up. Cairn was carrying me. I wanted to say, wait, what are you doing? But my lips were too heavy to open, and it was too much trouble to form words. I remember looking once more at the black ceiling, the tight weave of branches, the flowering vines swinging down. I thought, they tried to burn my mother. Then it was like I fell in the blackness, and it covered me and I knew no more. Chapter 19. I don't know how much time passed before I awakened. At first I felt calm. I was lying in a sort of grove, where it was peaceful and pretty. Woven branches surrounded me on all sides. Even the surface I lay upon was made of branches, meshed in a diamond pattern, like the bottom of a basket. Outside I could hear water pattering. Distant birds sang. Sunlight shone through the branches, making dapples on the walls and floor. Then I remembered I'd been away from home for days. I was in another world. My Aunt Amy and Uncle Leo had no idea where I was. I did not know how I could get back to them. I was a princess. My mother had been a queen. It was like having cold water dashed on my face. I sat up with a gasp and discovered Kayley nearby, watching me. Her curls were a wild halo around her face. She was dressed in a silky beige robe that looked very much like the ones Aster and Cairn had worn the night before. Her yellow ball gown, limp and bedraggled now, lay crumpled in a corner. "Oh boy," she said. "I'm glad you woke up. You were out like a light, and I thought they drugged you." "I'm pretty sure they did, Kayley." I looked around, blinking. All I could see were branches and leaves. "Where are Cairn and Aster?" Kayley shrugged. "They left some clothes and food and locked us in." Locked? I realized with a chill that though the bower was beautiful and comfortable, it had no doors or windows. We were trapped in a solid cocoon of branches. Immediately, I sprang up, ready to rattle some walls and bust some twigs, but Kayley just shook her head. I tried already. It's like old wisteria vines. You can't break them. You can barely move them. There's got to be a way. I poked the branches, straining to see if I could break one. Trees are tough. Give them time, they'll break a sidewalk. She was right. After some minutes of trying to them, I gave up. The branches enclosing us did not yield. Even the floor was proving too tough and supple to tear. I ripped my green gown and scratched my fingers, trying and failing to worm them between the twigs. Soon I was just tired and frustrated. Yup, Kayley said, looking at the expression on my face. That's how I felt, she added. You should try on the clothes they left for us though. They're really comfortable. She pointed to a neatly folded robe and a pair of loose trousers nearby. They were both made from the same tan fabric as Kayley's. When I tried them on, I found they fit well and felt smooth and soft on my skin. The cloth gave off a faint, spicy smell, as if it had been stored in a cedar trunk. There's some food and water too, Kayley said, pointing at a basket in a corner. No thanks. I made a face. That stuff made me sleepy last night. It's the whole reason they were able to lock us up. I won't touch it. I thought that too. She sighed. We sat in silence for a bit. Then I said, Kayley, why do you think they're keeping us prisoner? Kayley pulled her knees to her chest. I don't know about me. But I'm pretty sure they want you to stay here and rule them, Carina. No way. It was pretty much what they were saying last night though, don't you think? I don't care. I was shaking my head. Astor or Miss Clatham, or whatever her name is, sure made it sound like you're a princess here. And back home, she put a whole lot of effort into making you some kind of superhero, or whatever. You gotta admit. No. I'm just saying what they said. And they can think what they like. But I'm not ruling here. I'm not ruling anybody. The whole idea sounds... I was still shaking my head. I mean, Kayley. Who wants to be a queen? Kayley frowned. No one I know. But don't you have to be, whether you want to or not? Why? No. I'll just abdicate. But what about... Kayley? Do you want me to actually lead some war against dragons? Like, with a helmet on and a sword and whatever? She waved at the air like she was warding something off. No. Exactly. And do you want me to lead this attack against Ajax and Nessa and Nyx and everyone in Alartha? Not at all. Exactly. I put my face in my hands. So I'm not doing it. And I just want to go home. Why won't anyone let us go home? I think that's the price you pay for being special. With great power comes great... Don't. I grimaced. There was another silence. You think that stuff about your mother was real? Kayley's voice had become tentative. I don't know. I sighed. Aunt Amy always said my mom died in an accident over in England. Well, I mean, she would hardly tell you your mother was an elf. Kayley's eyebrows shot up. Wait. Does she even know? God, Carina. Is she even your aunt? Would she really have lied about that for my whole life? The idea made me feel empty inside. I could tell Kayley was trying to make her voice warm and hopeful, but she sounded almost as strained as I felt. Maybe she was working up to telling you. And maybe she has been lying. My own voice sounded bleak. But whether your aunt and uncle know, I think you have to really be an elf princess, right? Or else, what are you doing here? I don't care. I'm going to try to find a way home as soon as possible. Really? Watch me. Again, we were quiet. I looked over at the bowl of fruit. I was hungry and tempted to eat. There were pink berries and golden apple-like orbs. There was an orange fruit that I knew from supper last night, which was filled with a cool custard-like pudding that tasted like almonds. I almost reached for one, but changed my mind at the last second. I didn't want to get sleepy and stay another night. Boy, Haley said, startling me out of my food reverie. Those elves should have known better than to raise you in the heart of America. What do you mean? If you'd grown up in some other country, you might be all, I will do my duty and rule. But since you're from the good old USA, you're like, I don't wanna and you can't make me. Well, you aren't really thinking I should fight their war? Or rule? Or whatever it is they want me to do? No. But usually in the stories, the chosen one doesn't have a lot of choice about their fate. I gasped. But I am not a chosen one. They really seem to think so here. I am not Harry Potter, Kayley. Well, I hope not. Because that means you have to die to win. At that, Kayley clapped a hand over her lips. She looked like she was trying to stuff the words back in her mouth. Up until that moment, I hadn't even realized she was terrified. But she was. And it took me 1 second to cross the woven floor and jump to her side. I'm not dead yet, I said. Right. But Miss Clatham, Aster, said the D-Dragons wanted to kill you. Kayley fought tears, her whole chest hitching. Carina, the whole time I've pretty much been treating this as a trip to Disneyland. You know? Like, no one's gonna have a graduation party story like this. But when Aster started talking about flames and war and attacks from the sky last night, and your mom, I mean dang girl. Her blue eyes swam. I don't want you to freaking die. She buried her face in her hands. Carina, I am your Hermione Granger until the end of time, but I really don't want to be by your side when giant lizard King Shade of Alartha blasts you with a fireball and burns you up. And I'm so freaking scared I'll have to be. Would King Shade do that? Would Ajax and Nyx help him? I shuddered. I told you I'm not Harry Potter, I told Kayley. And I'm not ruling an elf kingdom. We're going home and working all summer at the Snooki's soft serve, and heading to college in the fall. Period. In 3 months, we'll be puking our guts up at a frat party, and buying textbooks and running around campus looking for the science lab. It's a done deal. Kayley laughed through her tears. Really? We can puke at a frat party? Absolutely. I mean, what would happen to Aunt Amy if we never went home? Or to your folks? Or poor Matt? I don't want to scare everyone. At the mention of her boyfriend, Kayley sniffed loudly. Okay. All right. She wiped her face with the hem of her robe. But how do you propose we get out of here? Well, that's the problem, isn't it? Right now we're hemmed in. We talked about it for quite some time, but try as we might, Kayley and I couldn't come up with an escape plan. We realized we had no idea where to find the portal Aster had taken us through the night before. We had arrived in the elf lands when it was dark. And you know every one of those lux trees looks the same. Kayley moaned. It's a total needle in the haystack situation. She brightened. But maybe since you're an elf princess, you can command these branches to part? She waved a hand at the walls and floor cocooning us. Seriously? Why not? It's worth a try. Feeling more than a little ridiculous, I tried saying, branches, release us. But nothing happened, except Kayley fell over laughing. Eventually, we lapsed into a kind of tired silence, only our stomachs rumbling with hunger. The bowl of fruit seemed to glow in a shaft of sunlight. Do you think the dragons really helped people build old monuments like Stonehenge? I asked to distract myself from the food. Kayley shrugged. It makes more sense than someone lugged those gigantic dang rocks all the way from the Welsh coast to some field in England using ropes. Yeah, I said. But then, why do you suppose the dragons didn't take over our world too? Kayley turned to me. What do you mean? Why did they attack this place? I swept my arm around the bower. And not the human world? I would think we would be easier to conquer than the elves. Kayley thought. Maybe they did attack us 1,000 years ago, and we just don't know it. Maybe dragon shapeshifters are in every world government. Geez, I hope not. Or maybe we conquered them. I shook my head. There'd be a story about it. There's lots of stories about dragons, but not a war with dragons. Not for people on Earth. And you're wondering why not? I tipped my head back to look at the woven ceiling, with its gleams of sunlight shining through. Yeah. Because I think maybe Aster and Cairn weren't telling us the whole story last night. They made out like the Alarthans just attacked them out of the blue. But I wonder if there isn't more to their story, because... Just then our bower rocked from side to side. We heard a rustling and creaking. Someone or something had arrived outside. Whoever they were big enough to make the branches around us pitch and yaw. Kayley's eyes got round. Was it a dragon? Were they attacking? How would we escape if our little basket room burst into flames? Then the branches parted, and just as he had the night before, Cairn appeared suddenly in the room. In the light of day, he looked even more like he had been carved from dark wood and polished until he gleamed. "Greetings," he said. "I see you found your clothes. And trust you slept well?" We were surprised to wake up as prisoners. I lifted my chin. "You are not prisoners, my princess." Cairn's dark eyes were kind. "You just have not been taught to talk to the trees, to tell them to do your bidding. All in good time." He drew himself up. "For now, however, I think it's important that our rulers see the lands she will be governing." "About that," I started. "For your ride you will need warm raiment," Cairn said. From seemingly nowhere, he produced 2 beautiful garments. They were like long vests made of white feathers, soft as whispers. "Put these on and come with me." The vest warmed my whole body. Kayley looked adorable in hers, like she was wrapped in a cloud. Cairn gestured we should follow him outside in the sunlight. I stepped out into the sunlight, and into a world of intense beauty. I realized we were at the top of a great forest canopy. A blue sky arched above us. A brisk breeze scrubbed my face. All around me were the tops of trees, intensely green and fresh-smelling. When I looked down, I felt dizzy, peering through hundreds of feet of branches and leaves to the distant earth below. For a second I felt vertigo and swayed. My feet, resting firmly on a thick branch, began to slide. I felt scared, thinking I might lose my balance completely and fall. But then I felt the branches underneath the soles of my feet move and shift, as if they knew I was uneasy. A twig nudged my hand, inviting me to grab it for security. A branch bumped my bottom, and I felt it asking me if I needed to sit down. "Ah." Cairn sounded pleased. "You do not remember the forest, but the forest remembers its queen. You will not be harmed here, I promise you." Are the trees really trying to help me feel safe?" "Of course they are. And you are safe." Cairn smiled. "They will not let you fall. You are precious to them. Now," he gestured behind Kayley and me, "you must meet another of your subjects." Kayley and I turned, and both of us shrieked. We leaped back and probably would have fallen, but helpful branches steadied us as we beheld at the biggest bird we had ever seen. It was as large as my living room back home, with huge talons and a beak longer than Aunt Amy's sofa. It looked like it could eat me in one bite. "And I thought dragons were scary," Kayley whispered. "This is a freaking dinosaur." "It is a pokari, actually. But related to your dinosaurs. His name is Klee. He will be giving you a ride around your kingdom today." "You want me to ride that thing through the air?" I couldn't take my eyes off the creature's beak. It looked like it could slice me in half. I was a mouse, staring down an eagle. "There are things you must see, and Klee would like to show them to you." "Don't be afraid," Cairn said. "Klee will not harm you. He knows you are the last hope of our kingdom." I looked into Klee's gigantic golden eye, cold as a stone, and wasn't so sure. But Kayley was tugging on Cairn's robe. "How do you like, mount up or whatever?" she asked eagerly. "I want to fly." It turned out Klee had a kind of harness slung over his back, sunk deep in his feathers. It was woven from tough fibers, and reminded me of a rope tow at a ski slope. It provided a series of hand and footholds Kayley and I could use to secure ourselves. Despite many misgivings, I followed Kayley's lead and scrambled up on Klee's enormous back. His feathers were soft, sleek and warm. They had the same spicy smell as my clothes. Cairn mounted up too. He said a few words to Klee that I didn't understand. Then the bird's great wings unfurled, and a moment later we were aloft. At first I was frightened. I felt horribly exposed, hanging on a bird's back with nothing but feathers underneath me. We moved with unbearable swiftness. But after a while, when I was sure I wasn't going to slide off into nothingness, I began to enjoy the ride. Clee's powerful body was warm. My feather clothes shielded my back and neck from the cold wind. All around us were treetops, green and lush. Clee swooped down on a polished-looking lake, all silver and blue, and I was able to see our reflection in the water, his powerful wingspan and Kayley's and my heads peeping over his neck. "What you are seeing right now is what's left of our good lands," Karen said. He was riding just behind me, and I could hear him clearly. "Once, these forests covered a much vaster territory. But we have been slowly losing our ground." Kayley and I both gasped as abruptly the lush forest below gave way to a bare wasteland, blackened and ruined. It was as if a line had been drawn in the earth. On one side all was green and alive. On the other, everything was destroyed and ruined. Dragons. They have been attacking us for decades, and we have held them off as best we can, but we are faltering, and of late, some of our people have been taking desperate measures. At this, Clee wheeled around. His body dipped. I clung tightly, eyes watering in the cold wind, as he glided away from the burned land and dove towards a different part of the forest. Below us was a patch of bare ground. It looked even worse than the twisted and burned landscape we had just flown over. Did they cut down the trees?" I asked. I was surprised by how much the question made my heart ache. But there was no mistake. A vast territory had been clear-cut, and stumps and bare branches littered it in an ugly jumble. It was like looking at a giant scab in the pure perfect landscape of trees, earth and water. "Yes," Karen said. "Some of our people are so desperate for strength to fight the dragons, they have been turning to sinister shadow magic. They are beginning to destroy the forest, so they can gain powers." The wind snatched at his voice, but nonetheless I could hear the deep sadness in his tone. "Our elf magic has always come from nature and the natural world. And death is not unnatural, of course. But when death and pain are used to create power, the outcome is almost always terrible. People are cutting down the trees to fight the dragons?" It sounded counterintuitive to me. "Aren't the trees your source of strength?" "Yes. It is as if we are sacrificing and eating our own children to fight our foe." His voice was strained. "This is why we need you. I fear for the future of Dryadolis. Those who practice shadow magic insist it is the only way to defeat the Alarthan attacks. But the price one pays for such spells is very high." He added, "Queen Carina, you must not only help us crush Alartha, but also you must quell the civil war now brewing in our kingdom." Chapter 20. A little while later, Kayley and I slid off Clee's back onto another wide branch. I felt unsettled, and I could tell from her ashen face that Kayley felt the same. The wild flight through the clear air, the beauty of the perfect deep green forest, contrasted with the burned lands and the patch of clear cutting, had left us shaken. The problems of this place were brought into focus, which had surely been the whole point of the flight. But I didn't see how Karen expected me to fix them. I was quite certain I wasn't up to the task. And I felt horribly guilty when Clee bent his enormous, noble head in a deliberate bow after I dismounted. "Clee is honored to have served his queen," Karen said. His explanation was unnecessary. I could almost hear Clee's thoughts. He was delighted to have borne me. He would serve me to the death. I bowed to the noble bird, acknowledging his loyalty, and then turned away, feeling my empty stomach cramp with remorse. A moment later the gigantic wings spread, and Clee flew off into the sky. My hair blew back in a gust of wind. A tree branch steadied me so I didn't fall. My heart twisted with even more self-reproach. Everything in this world was clearly caring for me, and relying on me. And I didn't want to rule it. Not one little bit. "We will confer with Aster now," Karen said. He made a gesture that Kayley and I should follow him. He led us into the leaves and down a spiraling branch. The bark had been worn smooth and looked slippery, but I could feel every leaf and twig around me adjusting to make sure I didn't stumble, slip, or fall. We must make plans for our next steps, Karen was saying. There are 2 wars to be accounted for. We must stop the Alarthan horde from attacking us. We must also deal with the shadow magic workers before they destroy the source of all our strength. I favor a diplomatic approach, but Aster believes we must make a show of force. But as you have doubtless guessed, the forces we can muster are thin at best, and he continued talking as we worked our way down the spiral. I glanced back at Kayley. She looked as pale and troubled as I felt. No doubt she was thinking along the same lines as I. We had both studied history and government in school and enjoyed it. But it had never seemed real, not like this. When King Henry faced the Dauphin and won against all odds in the Battle of Agincourt, I had thrilled at the tale. But I hadn't considered King Henry being crippled by fear. And when General Sherman defeated General Lee at Appomattox, I only had thought ever about how brave they both were, but not much about the sacrifice all their men made on the battlefield. But he must have been. And I was no King Henry or General Sherman. I was just Carina Whitlock, a girl who had only kissed a few boys and who thought a roller coaster was terrifying. At last we stepped into a big bower. It had clearly been prepared for a council of some sort. A long leafy table had been arranged with branches around it, so people could sit. Aster was already sitting there, her silvery head bent in thought. As soon as we entered, she stood. "Your Majesty." She greeted me. "Lady Kayley," she added. "We will be joined by others soon for a council of war. Will you have some refreshment first?" "I'm afraid if I eat anything it will make me fall asleep," I said. Aster gave me a sharp look, the way she did when she was my teacher. "Do you not understand that everything in this kingdom exists to give you what you need? If you need sleep, Carina, that is what the food and drink will provide for you. If you need strength, it will give you that too. This is your place, Majesty. This is your kingdom. All here exists to serve you." A thin thread of courage snaked through me. If that's so, then why aren't you telling me everything? Why are you keeping things back? Behind me, Karen made a small sound like a laugh. Aster only looked surprised. "My queen," she said, "we have told you all that you need to know for now. We are at war with the Alarthans. We are at war with one another. You are our queen. Once you learn the Sylvan and Terra magic, and can use the strength and wisdom of the earth and forest too." She continued talking, but I had stopped listening. My eyes had suddenly fastened on the collar of her robe. A jewel glinted there. I remembered it from the night before. I had barely glimpsed it in the darkness of the Alarthan Palace garden when Aster came to save us. But now, I saw that it was a beautiful brooch. A golden stone rested in a setting of silver concentric circles. You need an understanding of your true natura, along with all the Dryadalesian powers. This is the only way you can craft a defense. Aster was still lecturing, just like she would have when she was Miss Clatham in history class. My eyes were still on the brooch. The night before in the palace garden, Aster had touched that gleaming stone, and it had transported her, Kayley, and me to Dryadalis. I remembered the gleam that surrounded us, the feeling of dipping on a Ferris wheel, our arrival in the immense grove of lux trees. Of course, I meant to reveal all this to you in the autumn at college. I felt you would be more ready to accept your destiny once you had left the place you call home. I had planned everything to unfold in a much more gradual fashion. But alas, once you fell through that portal in Cumberland, I have had to improvise. Aster was still talking. Meanwhile, I was thinking, what would happen if I touched that brooch? Would it take me away from this place? Could I take Kayley with me? Miss Clatham. I mean Aster, I said when she had stopped talking. That all makes a lot of sense. Thank you. I see that you and Karen wanted to approach me more gradually. You were probably going to be one of my college professors next fall. Aster nodded, her expression relieved. Yeah. I would have been so much more receptive to everything. I waved my hand around the bower. If I'd had a gradual induction, instead of just falling into everything, I'd totally get it. As it is though, it's a lot to take in. You know, that I'm a queen of a magical land. That feels silly. Aster looked more and more relieved as I kept talking. I glanced at Kayley, whose eyes were getting rounder and rounder. Karen looked impassive. But anyway, I continued. Now, I'm anxious to learn everything and rule or whatever. But you're right. I feel faint. And Kayley said last night she even felt faint at the Alarthan dance. We probably do need some food and water and maybe a chance to just, I don't know, think about all of this. It's a lot, isn't it? The Civil War? The destruction of the trees? At the mention of feeling faint, Kayley's eyes had flicked down and a very little frown creased her features. She was trying to figure out what I meant. A second later, though, she lifted her chin. She had understood my hidden message. Karen can help you, Aster said. He will show you how to practice Sylvan magic, and ask the forest for some refreshment. There's a trick to it that might take some time for you to learn. Aster was gesturing at a wall of branches. But just then Kayley's eyes fluttered. She put a hand to her head. She murmured, "Oh, I feel so dizzy." She flopped to one side, limp as if all the bones in her body had dissolved. Karen's brown arms reached out to catch her. I dashed to her side, Aster close behind. Karen spoke some words I didn't understand, and the branches near us began to arrange themselves into a sort of shelf for Kayley to stretch out upon. Karen lowered her on the shelf. Aster crowded by me. She reached for Kayley. And that's when I saw my chance. Quickly, I blocked Aster with my arm and grabbed at her collar, snatching at the gold and silver brooch. Then I pushed her so she stumbled back. Karen had already stepped away from Kayley's languishing form. I fell on top of Kayley as to my immense relief, a now familiar gleam in the air surrounded us. "No. Carina." "No," Aster cried. I felt another stab of guilt. Then there was the Ferris wheel sensation of dipping into nothingness, and Kayley and I were tumbling into another world again. Which one would we land in this time? Chapter 21. The earth underneath me was solid. I felt gravel biting into my leg. I rolled over with a groan and sat up. At first, I didn't know what I was looking at. An enormous bank of bright green assaulted my view. Was I back in a bower in Dredalis? Then I heard Kayley laugh nearby. "It's Pickle. It's Pickle. We're home." It worked. She sounded like she was crying a little. I blinked, and the bright green resolved itself into the door of Kayley's Toyota, still parked by the entrance to Cumberland Falls. I was dressed in elf clothing, and I still clutched Aster's gold and silver brooch in my hand. But there was a familiar sky above me, a stretch of asphalt highway just beyond the car. There was trash in the weeds and what smelled like a dead skunk up the street. A truck blew by, puffing exhaust and blowing my hair in every direction. It was awesome. It was beautiful. It was home. I left my cell phone and my keys in Alartha. Kayley stood up, wiping her streaming eyes. She sniffed. In her elven robes and bare feet, she looked like an escapee from Comic-Con. "We better start walking, I guess. I mean, I think I remember there's a Ron's Megamart down this way. It might have a payphone or something." She started down the road, then stopped when I didn't move. "Hey. Are you coming, Carina?" "Yeah." But I just sat there. Everything that had just happened to us was flashing through my head. Ajax. Nyx. Aster. Karen. I had flown on a giant eagle. I had seen dragons wheeling in the sky. After a second I asked, do you think they're coming after us now? The elves? The dragons? A sedan whipped by, honking an unhelpful horn. A stray curl blew in Kayley's face and she wiped it away. "I'm pretty sure they'll come after you," she said. Her gaze was grim. "You're important to them. But in the meantime, we still have to do the next thing in front of us, and right now that means getting AAA to open up Pickle so we can go home." "Right." I struggled to my feet. The world was big and bright and beautiful. I used to think I was just a tiny piece of it, one grain of sand on a vast ocean. But now, nothing's going to be the same. I fell into step beside Kayley, avoiding the broken glass by the side of the road. Nope. She gave me a small smile. But it wasn't going to be anyway. We graduated from high school. Now real life begins. Real life? With dragons and elves? I couldn't help chuckling. Pretty cool, huh? I shook my head. I'm glad you think so. She lifted her face to the sun. It was a great graduation party, Carina. We should definitely do it again. I knew she was joking, but I couldn't help thinking I would be doing something like this again, and probably very soon. Aster wasn't going to give up on me. King Shade wouldn't either. The Dryadalians wanted their queen. The Alarthans wanted to lock me up. And even beyond that, there was my mother's history, Aunt Amy's lies about her. There wasn't a facet of my life that hadn't been upended in just a few short days. Everything in my whole universe had shifted. And Ajax? Would I see him again? Maybe. Until then, Kayley was right. All I could do was the next thing in front of me. Ron's Megamart it is, I said aloud. Right? Kayley laughed. Here we go.
I hope you've enjoyed this latest production. Don't forget to subscribe and to ring the bell to be notified of new releases.